And mic. Check 1, 2.
At Aerolids, we believe that innovation is equal parts inspiration and perspiration. Since our inception in 2006, we embarked on a mission to redefine the expectations of aerospace lighting. Entering the aerospace lighting market, which had remained largely unchanged for 50 years and in drastic need of a new product with fresh look and unequaled performance, Aerolids was inspired to redefine the expectations, which resulted in a series of innovative designs. Hungry for new ideas, backed by a company that valued the patronage, customers quickly adopted the new standard of quality, design, and performance never seen before in the industry. Over the past 12 years, Aerolids installation, ranging from the experimental and 23 markets up to the space and military applications, with over 15 tactical military platforms featuring products in both overt and covert operations. Aerolids continues to lead the industry in design, reliability, and unsurpassed performance. Unique in its presence and unmatched in its perseverance, Aerolids serves the aviation market from one spectrum to the next. From you to you too, Aerolids is redefining the expectations.
I got that right turn. We're good. Let's meet up at the compound group up. At 10-4. Yeah, for sure, dog. Good, little driver. Straight on through.
Since 1982, our FAA-approved system. When it's time to recover and paint your fabric-covered aircraft, look no further than AirTech Coatings. Since 1982, our FAA-approved system provides you with a shiny, durable, easy-to-apply product. The AirTech system has fewer steps than any other product on the market today, saving you both time and money. While using cutting-edge technology, we offer a wide range of products. Whether it's for work, play, antique, or aerobatic, we have you covered. Remember, we make paint fly.
Welcome everyone to Hartford Municipal Airport in beautiful Hartford, Wisconsin. We're just south of the world's largest aviation celebration this weekend, and pilots that have flown from all over the world to Oshkosh are stopping here amongst the Wisconsin corn to compete in National STOL yet again. It's time for Sodbusters. Runway 1836 is 2,231 feet of arguably one of the most beautiful grass strips the circuit will visit this year. Let's meet some of the pilots competing this weekend. CC Pocock.
Welcome back.
Al Stockton.
I pitched my slats.
Yeah.
I just put that cuff on. Yeah, I put a 50 horse nitrous shot on mine too.
You got a 50. Okay, I'm running just over 100.
There you go.
Micah Lindstrom has been talking some smack. He's been flying really well, and I've been giving it everything I got, and I've just fallen short. Truth is Micah, the Dirty Bird is back. I got horsepower. I got lots of horsepower. Now, I'm coming for you. And the wing X, I got that figured out. So, Micah, I'm sorry. I just want to ask you, how does that second, third, fourth place taste, buddy? I'm just curious. I've never had one of those. Tell me.
We did a few mods for this competition, and we're going to try them out. And 205, we've been putting some hours on it. Put about 5,000 miles on it already this year, flying all over the country.
.31-inch Alaska bush wheels, a new mod. Put the Acme Stinger in the tail, and maybe this winter we might do some 3x3 extended gear and put some Behringer brakes on it, so be a little more competitive.
The line is painted, the pattern is clear. It's time for National STOL at Sodbusters. Circuit, beautiful, and just down the road from Oshkosh, Wisconsin.
And what a beautiful day for STOL. The energy's building. I'm hoping to see that grass turn into a dusty dust bowl with all these wonderful pilots out here tearing it up. I am so excited to see the likes of Brandon Korn and Colin Kneva, the rock stars of STOL. We've got Micah Lindstrom. We've got all the names. We've got Steve Henry. And my gosh, we've got Full Send himself, Jason Boussat, with his brand new airplane today. I am so excited.
A lot of heavy hitters here this weekend. We had practice last night. We had practice last night, and it was pretty great. Conditions still really challenging. We had that a couple weeks ago at Skull STOL up in Isle, Minnesota, and same thing happening last night at practice. Nil wind, longer landing distances. Pilots not super psyched about that. But today, maybe a little bit of a crosswind. Winds have shifted. They're going to be traveling in the opposite direction of yesterday here on 1836 at Hartford. That's Hotel X-Ray Foxtrot. If you're a true Av geek, you want to check that out on your sectional. You can see where we're at.
Yeah, absolutely. And the weather today is going to also play a factor, Ryan. It's not just the practice. And it's a good thing the conditions were fairly similar yesterday, because then they're not going to have to relearn everything. A little bit of a light breeze today, not really much going on. It's going to make for some longer landings. Competitors don't like it. But, you know, that's what happens in the backcountry, too. So we've got to adjust. We've got to make sure that that happens. But it's a beautiful day here in Wisconsin. The energy is building for the big show down the road at Oshkosh this week.
Absolutely.
And we're just excited to be here. I'm hearing our first engine coming across. Looks like one of my favorite competitors in the beautiful Cessna 205.
That's right. That's Brandon Korn in that 205. He had and he said, don't say it to the entire internet, and I'm gonna, because it happened. He had a pretty sporty landing yesterday during practice, but held it together. And I think that's just an example, though, of the kind of competitor he is, right? Someone who is constantly pushing right on the edge. He knows his machine. He knows what he can and cannot do with it. He's highly skilled. And so yesterday he pushed to the edge and dropped out on him a little bit, had kind of a firmer landing, I would call it, but no big deal. He's back in it, ready to go today.
Absolutely. And speaking of what we have as examples or whatever the case may be, this is a perfect example of bring what you fly. This is a traditional certified Cessna aircraft, ladies and gentlemen. This is not traditionally what people would consider a STOL aircraft, but almost every aircraft can be STOL, as Brandon Korn has proven with some absolutely fantastic performances, which we're also going to have the treat to see that today. And as he taxis by that line, folks, take a look at that tail skid that he's got on there. He will be making great use of that later today.
So now as these touring competitors taxi into position, we can't have a competition without the national anthem. So if everyone could please rise, remove your caps. Well, stand for the national anthem. All right, now let's get ready for the touring class here at Sodbusters National STOL 2023. And if we look at the roster of pilots here coming up, we've got everything from that Cessna 205 Corey and I were just talking about to Kurt Leaders right in front of us in the Cessna 185, Cessna 182 piloted by Aaron Greer off to the right there. The Mall, Trevor Otto, look for him. He was a sleeper hit back in the Central Florida Classic competition a few years ago. Third place and most consistent, kind of coming out of nowhere. And then Virgil Irwin in a Bearhawk Model 5, brand new Bearhawk Model 5. So been flying for a long time. He's from Enid, Oklahoma. He's bringing up the rear of the touring class.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see that Bearhawk go head-to-head with these traditional certified aircraft. Really close performance, surprisingly, between all these different aircraft. Should be really a great competition today. I'm really looking at Aaron Greer. He had a little bit of a challenging summer. He's done some things to his aircraft. I'm really excited to see the progress that he's made. But man, this is one of my favorite classes. I just absolutely love how these heavies can come out and play with us, especially when they come out and play in the backcountry.
Yeah, and I think what's really impressive, and for the folks at home and the folks in the audience here at Hartford, you're going to see these. I love this class too, because one, they're huge. The airplanes are gigantic. They're very heavy. And they're going to put down distances sometimes that are competitive with other classes in lighter aircraft. So you're going to see that too. The thing that makes this class exciting is that these are, like you mentioned before, certificated aircraft, right? These are things that you can just buy kind of off the shelf. Now, obviously, people are modifying and changing them within the rules and regulations of the FAA, but they're all things that you can do and purchase yourself. And some of them might even be airplanes you've trained in, right? This 182 that's right in front of us, Aaron Greer's 182. I know a lot of people that have trained in a 182. You know, typically you train in a 172 or a Piper Cub or something. But if you need something a little bit bigger, or you're learning to fly in a place with a higher altitude, you might train in a 182. So very accessible, very relatable class, and all aircraft that you can really use to their maximum capability.
And one of the things I'd like to talk about is we've got Aaron Greer taxiing across here. I don't know if we can get the camera to show us those VGs, but even the certified aircraft, we do have some of these mods on there. The Bearhawk is probably a good example of that too. You see those vortex generators on that leading edge of that wing. What that does is that causes little micro tornadoes to fly across the top of that wing, making that air sticky and increasing the efficiency of the lifting force, making it a more STOL aircraft. So it's so fantastic to see these certified aircraft. Now, you can put VGs on almost every certified airplane. There's a lot of STC mods you can get for those certified airplanes to turn them into a more capable, slow-flying airplane. But surprisingly enough, the VGs also sometimes help you out in the cruise. So it's kind of an amazing science, the science of aerodynamics.
So that was Aaron Greer right there in front of the crowd. Now here comes Trevor Otto in the mall, that white and maroon mall. He's from Verona, Wisconsin, folks. So if you're here in the crowd, you got to give him a big old hoop and holler.
He's
one of your local guys. There we go. Thanks. So Trevor Otto, like we mentioned, also owns a 1940 Piper J3 Cub. The mall is 100% stock, no engine or prop upgrades, and again, first place in 2021 and 2022 in the mall and all fly-in and STOL competition, and third place in most consistent award for Central Florida Classic down in Florida a few years ago. So that is Trevor Otto.
Yeah, Trevor's such a skilled craftsman at the controls. I really love watching him fly. Very smooth, very skilled pilot. You'll see that from a lot of our competitors today. One of the things that'll help you if you're new to STOL is pay attention as they're coming in on short final, especially close to the line, to those tail surfaces. It'll give you a good indication as to what the pilots are doing in the cockpit. They're really going to be active today in this kind of more calm weather atmosphere. It's going to cause it's a little bit easier to do a STOL landing with a headwind from that perspective. So it'll be really interesting to see how hard these guys are working today, and especially as those temperatures come up this afternoon. Got a really cool aircraft off in the distance there. If you look into the left, an Air Cam, a twin engine airplane, very capable and fun. Brandon Korn making his way up to the line. Our line official, Lacey, up there is going to line him up. Now, with the tailwheel airplanes, we line up with the main landing gear up front. But with the trike aircraft, we also line up with the main landing gear. So that's why you see that nose wheel taxi past that line, because in STOL, the main landing gear is really the only landing gear that counts. So that's why she's pulled him right up to the line, that main landing gear there, ready to go.
And one thing, Corey, that we can talk about for the viewers at home and for the folks in your audience. In the audience, is there anyone who's never been to a STOL competition before? Raise your hand. I've got 1, 2, 3. Okay, we got a handful. Awesome. Let's explain how this works for you. So you see Brandon Korn's on the line right there. Like Corey mentioned, the main gear are on the line. And he's going to get released by Lexi, our line judge. See, she's getting ready. She's getting into it. She's got the flag for the landings, which we'll explain in a second. She's going to release him. Here he goes. And our judges...
Wow.
There we go. That's a heavy airplane taking off short.
Very good initial takeoff, but he also then set it down. I'm thinking probably just right past the 200-foot mark. Really good first takeoff. Settled down, maybe rotated just an inch or two too soon.
So you saw our judges run up to where Brandon Korn's wheels, those main wheels we've been talking about, left the ground. It's really simple. We measure the distance between the line and where those main wheels leave the ground. And Corey mentioned an important thing. If they settle back down onto the ground, that's the new scoring point.
Absolutely, and you'll see these pilots. Now, in the morning here, you're going to see a little bit longer takeoffs. We're still getting used to the conditions. The conditions are going to constantly change. Here's Aaron Greer in his 182. Beautiful takeoff from Aaron Greer. Just about a perfect pull on that rotation, right around the 200-foot mark. He'll be happy with that one.
Now here's Trevor Otto in the mall.
Niner Hotel Kilo about to get rowdy. You know, one of the things I like about watching these aircraft in the STOL competitions is I like to think that we're in the wilderness because this is the proving ground for the backcountry. So let's imagine that we've got a 700-foot-long sandbar, and over there from the left, Brandon Korn is on his final approach, about to nail that sandbar in the backcountry, and you got to get it stopped in time. So let's imagine we've got a 700-foot sandbar. We've got water before the line, so if he lands short, there's a pretty good penalty there. So on the left, here comes Brandon Korn as he makes his approach. Beautiful day here in Wisconsin, by the way.
So amazing.
Yeah.
So, like Corey mentioned, if you imagine that, that's actually a great way to think about it. Having water before the line. If the main wheels touch down before this line, it's a scratch and the run does not count. Assuming you touch down after the line, we measure the distance from the line to where your main wheels stop. We add that score to the takeoff score earlier, and that's your composite score for the round. And then after that, it's like airplane golf.
Oh, looks like Brandon greased that in just like he should. Nice, safe landing on that sandbar. Beautiful landing for Brandon. I don't know that he'll be particularly happy with that one, but it's a testament to the conditions that we're having today. A little bit long, so we're just going to have to get used to him rolling out a little bit longer. Hopefully that wind will pick up for him, and also for us, cool us down a little bit.
Yeah, it's a little warm in here. I want to point out, if we look at the takeoff scores so far, the best you saw was Aaron Greer in that 182 with 201. Brandon Korn in the heaviest aircraft taking off with 215. Here's Kurt Leaders now.
Yeah, Kurt Leaders coming in. A little bit extra energy on that one, but look at him get on the brakes. You can see him kicking up a little bit of grass. Brakes are going to get hot today because of the wind conditions, but that also is a very respectable performance from Kurt Leaders there. Now from the left, Aaron Greer. Look at that beautiful green airplane on final approach. You can tell he's got a little bit of a crosswind from his right. Now watch that horizontal elevator as he works that control. Oh, a little scratch.
I think he gets points for the smoothest landing so far.
Yeah, he greased that one in. He's got his grandma in the back seat, wants to take care of her.
Now, you're going to notice as the day goes on, folks, that the pilots of the aircraft are not necessarily concerned with passenger comfort in their landings. It's more about sticking it down, getting it stopped. Because like that analogy, we might use that the rest of the season, Corey, the sandbar analogy. You don't want to go off the other end either.
No, you don't. You got to get it stopped in time, but you don't want to land short either. Look at that beautiful angle of attack. Wow, fantastic. Right on the line. Now, if this was a spot landing competition, that would be great. But I think that is so far our best and shortest landing here in the touring class for Trevor Otto.
Yeah, we'll find out as the scores populate. Right now, Brandon Korn, 507 combined score. Kurt Leaders, 535. And whoa, Trevor Otto with a combined score of 508, putting him currently in second place. And it looks like the judges were just doing a review about whether or not that was a good landing or a scratch. And I believe on our replay we saw that the call of good stood.
But that's a testament to how close these diverse aircraft are. We've currently got a 1 foot spread between Brandon Korn and Trevor Otto between first and second place. So the competition is already heating up here today. And once again, Brandon Korn up on the line.
Yanked off a little early?
Yeah,
still?
I think maybe a second early. A little bit of an improvement from his first takeoff. He pulled a little bit later, but I think maybe a half a second to another second there, and he'll have a little bit better takeoff performance. Here's Kurt Leaders in that beautiful 185. Let's listen.
Feels like a similar thing. He had the tail up, pulled back, and the airplane wasn't ready to fly yet.
Yeah, you notice the tail wheel did bounce 2 times. You don't want to see that. You do often want to see that tail wheel come into contact with the ground, but 2 bounces is no good. We want to have just the 1 bounce there. So he'll tighten that up, I anticipate. He's one of our more skilled competitors. Aaron Greer putting on a great show with that 182. Fantastic takeoff from Aaron Greer there.
And I don't know the last time that our pilot roster has been updated, but it currently says that Aaron Greer has about 220 flight hours. That's like a super small number to be that skilled. I'm hoping I'm guessing the number's a little bit larger now. Here's Trevor Otto in the mall.
So bring that tail up. Now watch, let's see how many bounces we get. 1, 2, 3. Oh, we had 4 or 5 bounces on the tail wheel that one. So that just is a little bit of an indicator, a little bit of an early pull there. So we'll watch that clean up as these guys get more used to the conditions.
Just peeking into the scores here, Brandon Korn did improve his takeoff score down from 215 to 198, so that is going to hopefully help him, depending on how the landing goes. Solidified his lead a little bit. It's interesting because Brandon is kind of the sleeper hit of the season. He's in the heaviest airplane, and I think people look at people like Kurt Leaders or Warren Grobelar, who unfortunately is not here this weekend, to be kind of in those 180s, the 185s, to be the real true competitors. And Brandon's just showing him what he can do every time. But when Aaron Greer showed up this weekend, he was like, uh-oh. Oh.
And that's kind of what happens to you a little bit. You get a little bit aggressive in that flare, maybe lost a little bit of energy there. The conditions, we can't blame the conditions on that one because I don't think there's a lot of gusting going on out there right now. It just flat out, it fell out from underneath him.
Kurt Leaders now on your left. 185, kind of one of the venerable backcountry airplanes.
Yeah, so here we go. Beautiful. You can see he's kind of crabbing a little bit of a crosswind from his right. Oh, you can tell he was a little high, maybe a little too much energy on that one. So in an effort to make his landing shorter, he kind of let go of the elevator, and it resulted in a scratch.
The elevator, for people new to aviation, is the control in the back of the aircraft that controls its pitch. So as air hits that elevator, it'll pitch the aircraft nose up or nose down, depending on how the pilot's inputting in the controls.
Oh, beautiful landing from Aaron Greer. That was so close. I don't think the line judge, Lexi, called that one. We may have to go to the replay.
So far, 2 DQs this second round, both Brandon Korn and Kurt Leaders. They are giving the score, it looks like, to Aaron Greer with 504.
Wow. That's a great score for Aaron.
And that'll push him up into first place. Trevor Otto hanging it out there. Now, I heard him give it a little goose of throttle there to save it from scratching, right? We saw that tail wheel was down. The tail wheel can hit before the line. That's fine per the rules. But the benefit or the downside to saving it is that you have a lot of extra energy now from that goose of throttle. So that's probably what pushed him a little bit further. We'll see what that... Yeah, so 221 was his first landing. Second landing, 279.
Yeah, I think that little bump of power. The issue is you give it a little bump of power, and it sometimes is a little much, especially when you're 30 feet from the line.
So right now, heading into the third run, Aaron Greer now, first place with 504. This is tight, folks. Second place, Brandon Korn with 507. And third place is Trevor Otto, thank you, with 508.
I mean, look at even into fourth place. We've got less than a 30-foot spread between 4 aircraft that are completely different from one another. You've got a heavy here in Brandon Korn's 205. He's got several hundred pounds of extra aircraft there than, for example, Kurt behind him.
Feels like he's getting it dialed in now. He's starting to feel how the airplane reacts to the conditions, the wind. We are getting a little bit of wind now. I can see finally
I can
on the
see
flags.
That. Hopefully that continues. Very consistent Brandon Korn, that last takeoff coming in at 214 feet. Here's Kurt Leaders. Oh, that was a really good takeoff. Maybe a hair too soon, but that was fantastic. I think he might be happy with that one.
Corey and I are just watching the score
I know,
sheet, just
so
waiting
excited.
for it to come in.
Because I think he definitely improved. His last two was 256, 260. I think he's going to come in right around 210-ish, I think, on that one. We'll see what the judges come up with.
I wanted to ask you, Corey, so if people don't know you, you're a bit of a STOL backcountry flying. Is it legend? Is that too strong?
Enthusiast is probably a more accurate description.
You've been around. You've been on YouTube. You've flown some stuff. In this class in particular, we talk a lot about. We're going to talk about flaps a lot today.
Right.
And the flaps for folks who are looking like, if you look at Trevor Otto's plane right now, they're the inboard control surfaces that are drooped down, and what those do is they create extra lift. They also create some extra drag, and some of the aircraft have different ways of applying that, and particularly in these heavies, some of them don't have manual flaps. You have to wait for an electric servo to move them. For instance, my 172 that I fly has that. Is that a piece of information that's important in terms of how the pilots are doing their takeoffs? Because I notice a lot of the Bush pilots, what you guys will do is you'll yank on the flaps aggressively to get a little burst of lift. Am I describing that correctly?
Yeah. So what you're doing is there's a lot of science going on, and there's a lot of micro things going on in an aircraft from a physical science perspective. And so what you're seeing is you don't want to start your takeoff roll with those flaps down typically, but some of these aircraft don't have a choice. For example, Brandon Korn, he might have that manual or the automatic servo-controlled flaps. I'm not quite sure. I haven't actually watched him work his flaps too much. But what happens is you've got a lift component, you've got a drag component, but you've also got, when you're slow, a thrust vectoring component that we have actually measured in STOL. So you're getting a little bit extra lift, you're getting some extra drag, you're getting a lot of things going on. And so you got to balance the drag and the lift components. And you notice on their landings especially, they come in with the flaps completely down, and as soon as they touch the ground, for the most part, a lot of these guys are putting them up as quickly as possible. And the reverse is the same for the takeoff.
We have some beautiful aircraft taxiing up in front of us that we'll talk about in just a second. We just saw Brandon Korn land, 282 for that landing, 241 for Kurt Leaders, so not his best landing either. Waiting for Aaron Greer now. He's good over the line, and he's got that yoke full back. He's got that elevator control we were talking about. You can see it fully up, trying to get some aerodynamic braking, creating some drag with the control surface there. Everything you can do to help stop the airplane.
Yeah, that's what you do. You learn the equipment, you learn what you have at your disposal to get the aircraft into these shorter locations when you get into the backcountry. And here comes Trevor Otto in that beautiful Maul M5. Oh, a little bit of a scratch there for him.
Yeah, he knew it. You saw him. He kind of pointed his finger like, that one wasn't great.
Yep.
So let's look at the scores now as we wrap up the touring class for this morning.
Wow, unbelievable.
Yeah, looking at the replay there, that scratch. Look at this. Kurt Leaders coming in now, sneaking in with 445 feet combined. I want to put that in perspective for folks. In my 172, I don't know if I could take off in 445 feet.
I mean, that is so short. And really it comes down to he really improved his takeoff by about 50 feet. His final takeoff coming in at 198 feet for a combined score of 445. Fantastic run from Kurt Leaders, putting him securely in first place.
That's right. Brandon Korn right behind him with 496. Aaron Greer in that 182, 504. Trevor Otto just 4 feet behind him with 508. Those are insane scores. Those scores for the touring class, all presented by Hartzell Propeller. So that was the touring class, and now we are moving on to the rookie class. And we'll explain what the rookie class is in just a second. Basically,
I'm really excited about this aircraft right in front of us here. Christy Massey, it's going to be her first competition here today. I've been watching her. She's been coached by one of our veterans, Cece Pocock, and I'm really excited to see her fly today. This is a very capable aircraft, but it's going to take off a little bit longer than a traditional STOL aircraft would. One of the classics in aviation, a staple in the backcountry. Love these airplanes. She flies a Murphy Elite. Very fun airplane.
So we'll just take 1 second. We're going to switch over. I think we've got Reese Dakan with Brandon Korn. We're going to go to that real quick, and then we're going to come back for the rookie class.
Welcome back, National STOL fans. We're here with Brandon Korn. Beautiful practice out there, except for one not so beautiful landing. Talk about it.
Well, I was trying a little different flap setting, and it kind of wheelbarrowed on me a little bit, so it was pretty bouncy. Didn't hurt anything, but I'm sure it put on quite a show.
Definitely look like you're on a bucking Bronco there, but she held it together. Even when you're not looking good, you're looking good. This plane's just so gorgeous.
Well, thank you. Thankfully, this thing's tough. This is one tough airplane.
You were saying you put 5,000 miles on it. You traveled to more competitions than any other pilot competing here in the National STOL Series. Is anyone going to catch up with you?
I don't think so. I know one thing. They should have an award for making all the events. It's a challenge. Just flying all over the country, it's great.
Definitely a challenge. It's like reminds you of back to school, like perfect attendance award.
Yeah. It's just something else to plan each trip and fly across the country and figure out all these flights home and back and forth. And so many people will just help you out and take you in. It's great.
Talking about help, talk about some of the sponsors or some of the people that actually are helping you get to these events.
Well, we have McFarland Aviation with the MT prop and their tail skid. And then we have Search Texas Air Parks. My good friend Bill Chance helps me out. And then Korn Collision Center, our shop, is a big supporter.
Who did the paint job, right?
We did the paint job here at Korn Collision, yes.
It is absolutely stunning. You've seen it out there. It's a fan favorite. Well, good luck in tomorrow's final. Back to you, Ryan.
All right. Thank you so much, Reese. That was awesome talking about that maybe sporty landing last week. And now we're going to head back to Reese, actually. We're going to head back to Reese with another quick little package, this time with Aaron Greer.
Is this thing on and plugged in? Yeah. Back in the pits, Aaron Greer. It's a different airplane than we've seen you in last.
It is, Reese. This is my original. It was first plane, and she's a little bigger. Not as much fun, but sure beats traveling in the Highlander.
I would say that it looks like something more commonly known in the aviation world.
Yeah, the 182 and the 172 are kind of staples of the industry, and when I first got into it, I watched way too much Trent Palmer, like all of us, and wanted to get a Kit Fox, but all my buddies recommended that get into a 182, 172, and I'm glad I did. It's a lot of plane for what you get.
I met you a year ago at this very event. Your style and your swag, and you're just a very fun person. What can you tell me about this airplane that's a little bit different than some of the other competitors?
It's got a lot of character, let's put it that way. She's not the shiniest or the most expensive, but she's got it where it counts. A lot of it's older, a lot of it's original, but she gets the job done, and I have a blast.
A lot of the commentators were actually saying something about the exhaust sounded like an old Harley, and I can say that it definitely sounds mean.
I don't know. This is a 1965 was the last time somebody was into this engine, so I don't know what kind of cams they put it back in the day, but it might have a little something special on it. I don't know.
Well, that's awesome. How was practice today?
Practice was good. Winds are a little shifty out there, so the takeoffs felt all right, but the landings are a little bit squirrely. I got a little to hone in before tomorrow. So,
moving towards the end of the season here, how are the points, and are you fighting for a title?
I'm going to be honest, I'm not sure on the points. The last event I had the other plane. I'm not sure how that works, if they tally the points based on plane or pilot, but I got to give Brandon a run for his money now that Warren's been missing a couple events, so we'll see how it goes, but competition's tight between Brandon, Warren, and I.
Well, very good luck out there, sir. Absolutely awesome hanging out with you guys.
Thank you, Reese.
Back to you, Ryan.
at National STOL. We're kicking off the rookie class in a second, but first, a word from our sponsors.
What up, Sandy? Taking my time to bring it in for the recap.
Where history is made.
Action.
We're cranking up the lights now, so everyone can see. It's all happening right now. We're gonna make you believe. It's about to get crazy. It's about to go down. It's about to get crazy. Be loud. This is our house. We do what we wanna. We'll blow the roof off. Everybody's coming. It's about to get crazy. It's about to go down. It's about to go down.
And we are back here at National STOL Sodbusters. And again, I've got to make an announcement. Corey, we were just joking. We've never made this announcement before. But if you are the lucky owner here in Hartford of a helicopter that is parked at the fuel pumps, the self-serve fuel pumps at Hartford, Wisconsin, you got to get to the chopper. You got to move it.
Get to the chopper. Your whirly gig needs moving.
Your whirly gig. Let's talk about the lineup for rookie class. We just introduced them to the local crowd up front in that beautiful 2000 Aviat Husky from Middleton, Wisconsin, one of the local competitors. It's Finn Bourne. Right behind Finn is Christy Massey. Christy Massey in the 2000 Murphy Elite from Calnev, Ari, Nevada. That gray-green Murphy Elite, Christy Massey. And bringing up the rear in rookie class, it's Dan Bishop. Dan Bishop in a 1947 Piper PA-11 Cub Special, Bettendorf, Iowa. So we're about to kick off the rookie class, and the rookie class, Corey, is a great way for people to get into National STOL in a lower stress way. The competitors are able to meet the older, more experienced pilots, learn a little bit how to be proficient, how to be safe. And once you win this rookie class, we saw that at STOL with Patrick McIntyre. Once you win the rookie class, you cannot participate in it again.
Which is really a good thing. And I love the rookie class. It's so much fun to see these guys out here in a safe environment, cutting their teeth in STOL with a good community around them, teaching them, helping them. But it's also super fun. Come on out and play. So this is your invitation. This rookie class could be you at the next National STOL event.
That's right. People come to us a lot, Corey, and they ask, how can I get involved in National STOL? I want to do this. I see, maybe they're going to watching the Unlimited class later or the Adventure class with CC Pocock or Steve Henry or Hal Stockman, and they want to get to that level. It's like, well, it's a long road to that level. And it starts here at the rookie class. It's all about being proficient, right? So here's Finn Bourne now showing us how he's been proficient in learning.
Beautiful red, white, and blue paint job on that Husky. Pretty great takeoff there. Finn Bourne showing us what the rookies can do.
Finn's been flying for over 2 years. He's been owning that Husky since 2022. Newly certified CFI.
Nice. Here's Christy Massey, or is it Mossy?
Uh-oh.
That's another one.
Here's Christy.
And the Murphy Elite. I flew a little bit with Christy a couple of days ago from Utah, and she is a new pilot, but she is having a great time in that Murphy.
So here's another way you can learn how to get involved. Christy says here that she attended the All Things STOL Safety Seminar at Oshkosh and decided to get advanced training with Bush Air with CC Pocock, and now here she is, preparing to compete. And there goes Dan Bishop now in that 1947 PA-11 corporate pilot. Enjoys his leisure time in the Piper aircraft.
And I'm glad Dan brought that beautiful Cub to National STOL, because now we have an opportunity to see a little bit of nostalgia in the air. Beautiful yellow Cub against the Wisconsin skies.
Look at that slip coming in from the Husky, slipping it like he means it. He's very high. They had to lose some altitude. One of the ways you can do that is with a slip.
Yeah, you turn the side of the aircraft and a big parachute there, exposing a lot of surface area to that prevailing wind. Here he goes. He looks like he's got it under control. Oh, little scratchy.
And the other thing you see there is that careful modulation between braking and pitch, and a little bit of a half turn to the left there, but probably some brake fade, I'm guessing. Or
yeah, I think it got a little warm on that long rollout.
Here's Christy now. Go ahead.
Yeah, so that's one of the things you'll notice with this rookie class is these are beginners, so we might see some scratches, but the name of the game is safety. So here's Christy Mossy, really working hard. You run into some challenge, some more difficult flying once you get into that ground effect. It's a little bit more difficult to keep the aircraft off the ground. Boy, this echoes. Beautiful, awesome landing from Dan Bishop there.
Yeah,
you gotta
Dan Bishop
love it.
getting a round of applause from the crowd for that one. Similar rollout issues there. That airplane is not modern at all.
No, not even a flap on it. Beautiful airplane, though. You just gotta love the classic look of the yellow Cub.
Yeah, I love me a yellow Cub. And this airport here in Hartford, by the way, is one of the airports that's really known for support of the Cub community. The Cub Club is based here at Cub Air Flight, our hosts for this weekend. Again, this is where I learned to fly in Cubs and J3s, which are slightly different looking than the Cub Special there. But really just a great airport for it, so close to AirVenture, which is in a couple days. Just couldn't have a better place to learn. And so speaking of learning, Finn Bourne now I don't know if you had some advice for Finn, Corey. I mean, he was slipping it hard. It was beautiful, but he ended up short.
You know, in a STOL competition, you want as little work as possible. So I might work on my energy management more on the downwind, set your speeds up a little bit earlier. And that's, I think, one of the learning curve things for the rookie class. You see a lot of the veterans get their speeds nailed down on the base leg so that they don't have to micromanage so much complexity on short final.
Now here's Christy on the line. Taking a pretty aggressive bite there.
Yeah, that was a fantastic performance from Christy Mossy. You can see that coaching from CC Pocock, one of our veterans coming in there. You could see her actually in that big cockpit window of her hand up on the right hand, her up on that flap handle, pulled it down at the perfect time. That was actually a really great takeoff in that Murphy.
Dan Bishop now getting the tail off early. Pulled a little early and not very aggressively, but still off short. I mean, we ought to remember that airplane, you think about 1947, still off like around 325, maybe less feet. We'll find out in a second.
Yeah, fantastic. I mean, these are all fantastic takeoffs. I mean, what we're talking about is really short. 270 feet is actually really short in the scope of aircraft takeoffs in this world. So this is really a treat.
While they come around now, we've got our Husky base to final, I want to talk about one of the supporters of National STOL. That's Ladd Gardner Insurance. Ladd Gardner Insurance has been a partner of National STOL since the beginning. They have excellent customer service and coverage, and you can trust them for all of your aviation needs. They are Ladd Gardner Insurance, aviation protected.
All right, here's Finn. He's got a good number there.
Hear the applause from the crowd, and I think he earned it.
Yeah, absolutely. Great performance right around the 220, 230 foot mark there. I'll be excited to see that come in. I think he'll be happy with that as his first National STOL score. $215 feet for Finn Bourne on that landing. I think he'll be happy with that.
While Christy comes in, I want to take a moment to also thank another one of our sponsors. It's USATrailersDirect.com. Look at Corey and I lounging around in this beautiful trailer. You can get the right trailer for your job with USA Trailers Direct. Locations in Colorado, Oklahoma.
Wow.
Whoa, nice one for Christy there.
Absolutely fantastic power management. Yeah, I think Christy will be happy with that one.
So USA Trailers Direct, just to finish that up, flexible financing, convenient locations, knowledgeable staff. The big thing, though, they donated this production trailer where all the magic happens. So we're announcing in here now way better for the production value. And there's a whole broadcast team on the other side of the wall from us that give all the live action to you at home. Now, here is our Piper. Giving up about 100 feet on the landing there. Beautiful landing, but giving up a lot of it. We're 400 plus, I think. They're going to try to measure it. And he didn't stop. And that's a note for rookies as well. You always want to stop, even if it's a bad score in your mind, because there's other awards besides the ones for the classes, right? So we have people that can win most consistent scores, or they can win a performance index score type competition. So those things all go together, and if you roll out and don't stop, or if you scratch, you don't get to participate in those categories. Is that any better?
Turn it back up. All right, here comes Finn Bourne again. Oh, just about a perfect rotation from Finn there. Maybe actually a half a second too late. Might have been able to shave a little bit of yardage off of that. But I think he'll be happy with that. I think coming in under 200 feet as a rookie is a great thing. And Christy Mossy, once again, very aggressive on her takeoff. That was actually a fantastic performance, looking for about 185 feet or something in that area. And going back to Finn Bourne's takeoff, yep, right under 200 feet at 193 feet, while Dan Bishop takes the line in that beautiful Piper PA11. Yeah, Christy Massey put in a fantastic takeoff there. Her first one at 240, her second one at 231, and this last one, a great 180 feet. She is getting better and better with every run. And Dan Bishop, the same thing, 225 feet, an improvement from 291. Fantastic score from Dan Bishop. And here comes Finn.
Finn Bourne on base to final now. He loves that slip. Really slipping it good. If nothing else, he's winning style points here in the rookie class.
Yeah, the air in Wisconsin is very slippery today.
Hey! Learned his lesson from the first approach, got it nice and straightened out.
Wow. Great job from Finn Bourne. Very aggressive on the braking.
Oh, come on, Finn. There we go, buddy.
Oh, excellent. Even took care of his tail wheel at the end.
Yeah, that was nice.
Absolutely great landing. Really laying it all out on his final run there. I think he'll be happy with that score.
Yeah, combined score of 390 for Finn Bourne there.
Yeah, sub 200 for both the takeoff and the landing. The landing coming in at 197. Now here comes Christy Massey coming in nice and low. That's how she practices it with CC Pocock.
Whoop. Oh.
We're going to call it a scratch.
Yeah, I just saw that left main just generate a little bit of dust as it hit there. That's a bummer for Christy.
But she's also had a very good score, putting in at 606 for a rookie. That is fantastic. We only have a 700-foot sandbar. She could take off and land on the same sandbar.
No, that's a good point.
Yeah.
That's a good point. I mean, even in the rookie class here, we have people who are competing at the highest level.
Yeah, all these guys are sandbar approved.
Sandbar approved. Give you a little stamp.
Beautiful approach and landing from Dan Bishop there in the PA-11. Look at this guy coming in super. He's high as heck. Dive bomber.
So that's going to wrap up the 3 runs for this morning for rookie class. That's rookie class presented by McFarland Propeller and flighthelmet.com. And let's see where the scores end up. Finn Bourne currently in the lead with 390 feet solidly, I would mention, in the lead. Christy Massey, 606. Dan Bishop, 642 for third place. That's rookie class presented by Aeroleds.
Very great job from all those rookies. You know, that's really good numbers for all those aircraft. Lacey skipping across the line. You in the crowd, let's give Lacey a round of applause for that skipping performance.
Skip it like you mean it, just like slipping it like you mean it. So we're getting ready for the Bush class. But first, we need to go to a word from our sponsors.
The motor's still hot. How was competition today?
Well, I think I did all right. I had a solid run. I don't think I won, but I put down some good numbers, and flying was good, the air was good, and competition's tight today.
Well, we're going to just put it off on, it was definitely the airplane. It definitely wasn't the pilot, so you think some of those performing mods held you back?
I don't know. The last few events I've been struggling, like I'm losing a little power or something, but we're going to keep working on it.
Well, good luck, and, you know, like we said, no one's catching up to you. You're on top.
Yeah, I'm trying to hold that lead, so thank y'all.
All right, Aaron.
Reese?
Talk to us about that one.
Well, I don't know what the results are, so do you have the results?
Unfortunately, no, I do not have the results, but the unofficial results from Jeff Pohl says that...
I heard Kurt snuck it.
Yeah, that's the word on the street.
It's a hard loss, but, you know, Kurt's a deserving victor, let's put it that way. So it head-to-head with the 185, and, you know, that's how it ends up.
Talk to us about today's competition.
Well, I felt pretty good about it. It was slippery out there. Couldn't stop very good. You know, you could feel it. You had to pump the brakes, otherwise you just skid a long ways. Takeoff seemed pretty good. You know, I was seeing what Brandon was doing, and I can't get off quite as quick as him, so I just kind of judged it a little further than that. Honestly, I don't know how everyone else did.
Well, that's interesting. So you're kind of like, you're scoping out the competition. If they didn't do too well, maybe you played a little lighter on that run?
You watch the guy in front of you, and you kind of count seconds or see where his footage is, and then you kind of judge it off that. That's what I go off of.
And you're able to do that from the cockpit on base to final?
100%. I can't really see his landing, but I can see Aaron's because he's after me, so it gives me an idea what he's doing. So it's about what I go off of.
Well, you heard it here, folks. Back to you.
All right, we're back. Thank you, Reese Dagan, for those quick check-ins with our competitors and how they did today. We're getting ready for the backcountry, the bush class here at Sodbusters.
This is one of my favorite classes. We've got some fantastic competitors kicking it off. We've got Joel Wittenbach in his Cessna 172 with the P in front of it, a P172. Austin Clemens, the man, the myth, the legend. He's got the teeth out today.
Yeah, literally. Literally, the teeth on the tail there. I think we're waiting on the rest of them to fire up.
I'm excited to see John Young, Micah Lindstrom, Jeff Pohl, Tony Effenberger, and Joel Thompson. So exciting.
You guys want to run more packages while we wait?
We're going to start to see the numbers get tighter. We're going to see the temperatures increase. The day is getting longer.
All right, while we get ready to go here, while John Young is getting ready to fire, Reese Dockhand's got another interview with John Young right now for us to check out.
All right, back in the pits, come on in. He just finished practice. How was it out there?
It was good. It's good, a little bumpy, but pretty good. The field is awesome.
Is this your first competition here?
First competition here, yeah.
And you're loading up. Where are you heading?
I'm going to Rock the Ramp tonight. Be back here in the morning for the competition. New Holstein for that one on Sunday. And then the Twilight Festival all week at Oshkosh.
It is a busy week here. Now let's talk about your practice out there. Are you feeling confident for tomorrow?
Yeah, I feel much better. First time around, you kind of go out there, get a feel for the environment and everything else, and just kind of visual cues. Also had my flat tires inflated too much, so I was bouncing. So 5 pounds out of each side, and I felt good about the last round there.
Well, tell our fans where you're from and what's your name.
So my name's John Young, and I'm from Kansas City. I flew tail well early in my career, and then I got back into it demoing Kodiaks, actually, and going down into northwest Arkansas and doing the backcountry stuff. And then I ran into this one when somebody called someday. I said, got a deal for you. I said, I don't need a deal. And they said, well, this one's up your alley because you're mechanics. It's wrecked. So I got it. It wasn't that bad. Put it back together and got about 500 hours on it the past 5 years. So,
have you been competing in the National STOL Series often, and are we going to see more of you?
Yes, I have. I actually started off back with the Kodiak competing in the Texas STOL Roundup and sponsoring there. And then when National STOL came on with Doug Jackson, I try to support as many of events. He comes and supports our events there in Northwest Arkansas, so we support him, and as I can make them, I do.
Well, good luck tomorrow, and we're looking forward to seeing you.
Thank you.
Back to you, Ryan.
All right, thanks, Reese, so much for that interview with John Young. And as we wait for the backcountry class to kick off, let's talk a little bit about the class. This is going to be an exciting one, Corey, and you said it's one of your favorites because you see, again, we're into that range of aircraft, particularly the second heat, the Delta heat. You're going to see a lot of Cessnas, 170 Bravo models, and a 172 piloted by Joel Dobson in a second. But first, we're going to run some Aviat Huskies against a 172. We got Joel Wittenbach there, Austin Clemens behind him. We're just waiting on John Young to come on out in stickers to see them perform. And you said it was an exciting one. I'm curious, what is so exciting about this one for you?
Well, I really love the backcountry class. I mean, this first aircraft is a 172, and then right behind him is Austin Clemens in the Husky. Two wildly, radically different designs, but very competitive. I love the name backcountry in the backcountry class because these are the aircraft that you'll find in the wild, which is where I love to be. But it's just a wide range of aircraft in one class. It's just so much fun to see how close they come in to each other. Just such amazing piloting skills. Joel, Austin, and John here in this first round are really going to show us what these aircraft and the pilots are capable of.
You know, I was talking to Micah Lindstrom, who we're going to see in the next heat, about the comparison of the 170 Bravo model, the 170B, to the Husky, and I was like, oh, are you way faster? Like, is that the difference? Like, they're better at being slower and you're faster in cruise? And he said, no, actually, depending on the model of Husky, they're really comparably compared. So one of the things for this season of National STOL was a reworking of the classes, and it used to be determined only by gross weight. and whether or not something was light sport or experimental. Now they're grouped more by how they've performed previously in the previous years of National STOL. So these Cessna 170s and these Huskies were really head-to-head in scores, and so now they're grouped together to make a more competitive class.
What's really amazing about that is now we have analytics to look at. And so what the organizers of National STOL did is they reorganized the rules and set the new classes together, is they analyzed all that data from several years of STOL competitions, and that's why we have this competitive new class with such amazing diverse aircraft. I'm excited to see what's going to happen today.
So let's walk through the full lineup now of who's going to be in this backcountry class. This first heat, the Charlie heat, as the air bosses are calling it on the radio, Joel Wittenbach in a 1963 Cessna 172 Delta. He's from Sauk City, Florida. He's the one sitting on the line in front of you all right now. Then we've got Austin Clemens in the 2011 Aviat Husky from Benton, Kansas. It's the yellow one. It says yellow with angry dog as the descriptor for us in the booth, so we know which one it is. Saw him at Rock the Ramp over in Middleton, Wisconsin last night, very generously showing his aircraft to some youth, although it's funny to say that because he is quite a young man himself.
Yeah, I don't even think he's 21 years old yet. He's very young. You know, cool story about Austin is I've been performing at the STOL demonstration at Oshkosh for the last several years. And Austin Clemens told me several weeks ago at a different competition in Wayne, Nebraska, he said, hey, Corey, I'm going to tell you something. And he said, hey, when I was watching you in the audience at Oshkosh, I wanted to do it. And now he's one of the best, the finest competitors here at National STOL. So for me, that was just a little bit of a testament to what we're all doing here, seeing the young people get into this and be so passionate about it. Austin is really a special and a unique person in aviation in general. His whole family is engulfed and lives and breathes aviation. And I'm not just talking his immediate family. I'm talking about aunts, uncles, cousins. Everybody is completely addicted to aviation. Really cool to see that come into our STOL community. Super fun to have them. And they contribute so much. They bring so much to the table from a camaraderie perspective all the way to the financial support with Clemens Aviation and Clemens Insurance. So it's so much fun to see this come out, and Austin is a very special competitor. And we're also waiting for John Young, who's going to be showing up here in another Husky. And John is no stranger to STOL competitions. He's one of the organizers and brainchilds of an event in Arkansas called Arkanstol, which is a completely wild and radical different competition than this one, but yet really fun, amazing competitors. It looks like we're getting ready to start the round.
Yeah, so we'll have to see what happens with John Young. I did notice on the video there that his aircraft was still sitting in the kind of the STOL paddock over by the hangar in the FBO. So here's Joel Wittenbach now from Sauk City, Florida in that 172. And this is exciting for me because this is literally a one-to-one compared to the aircraft I fly, I think. Mine's a little bit newer. Mine's a 1970s vintage, and this is 1963 vintage. But this is what's exciting about it, right? These are aircraft that are totally accessible to you to come compete in. And it also puts flying a 172 in a different light. Right? You don't think of a 172 as a backcountry airplane. Well, as long as you're being careful and running things by the book and being proficient, look what you can do with it. Here's Austin now. A little bit of an early pull again. That lack of wind is really messing with the timings for the pilots.
Right, but I think that may be one of our shortest takeoffs here today, probably in the neighborhood of about 156 feet. Really amazing performance with that Aviat Husky. He's got the angry dog on the tail, so that maybe really helps him out with those takeoffs.
Yeah, the growling helps, I think. While we wait for them to come around the pattern, you see Joel now turning base there. Want to make a big reminder for everyone in the crowd, if you are loving it here today, we really would love you to check out the merch table. We've got awesome merch. We have Hartford-specific Sodbusters, National STOL Sodbusters. Say that 5 times fast. We have Hartford shirts. So go check them out. I know if you're a local here, it'd be awesome to have something with your city name on it. We'd love you guys to come check it out. So go check that out. There's lots of great merch and souvenirs you can bring from your time here at Hartford. Here's Joel now coming in on short final.
And I'm also told that you can get that merch online at nationalstol.com. Really great shirts, great hats. I have the entire collection myself.
I have everyone I've been to, and I've only missed like 2.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Wow, fantastic. Here's Austin Clemens. Getting that thrust reverser.
Beta thrust. Look at the dust coming off the front of that one.
Woo! He threw dust further than his landing roll. Did you see it go all the way to the 220-foot line? That was fantastic.
We were talking yesterday. Josh Richling, who you know, was sitting here with me on the mic during the practice session. We were talking about how Austin is very selective about when he uses that reverse pitch. Here it is on the replay. Oh, here it's going to be on the replay in a second, I think. But here's Joel Wittenbach taxiing back up to the line. That was some gusto.
That was some exciting flying from Austin Clemens. He doesn't always get it timed right. There's a lot of work in that cockpit to get that thrust reversing propeller to engage. It's a seaplane. He's got the floats off of it, and he's taking advantage of that reverse thrust in STOL. Fantastic performance from Austin Clemens, coming in at 130 feet. Definitely our shortest takeoff and landing of the day with a combined score of 153 feet. Now, keep that in mind, folks. That is the first large national STOL flag that's his takeoff.
Yeah, it's 150 feet was his takeoff.
That is that first national STOL flag. That is so short. You could park 4 or 5 airplanes there and take off in that length. That's amazing.
Here's Joel Wittenbach again. First run, 740 feet. Austin Clemens, first run with 283 feet combined. And we did hear about John Young. It sounds like John Young was having some starter issues on his aircraft, so they're working to fix that right now. Assuming that's resolved, he'll be in the Delta heat with the 170 Bravos and the 172. So we'll talk about that in a second. Here's Austin Clemens now. Notice he's on the left side of the runway from his perspective, trying to get any little bit of extra wind on the nose. We've got a little bit of a crosswind condition, so he's trying to get any extra help from the wind he can. Actually, speaking of John Young, right in front of us now, in front of the announcer's booth in stickers, and I'm looking, man, there's a who's who of stickers on that airplane.
Absolutely. I'm excited to see John taxi out. It'll be fun to have him join the crew here. Austin Clemens putting on an absolute clinic as far as consistency goes. His first takeoff coming in at 153 feet. I think this one's going to come in pretty dang close to the same marker.
I think you're right. And Joel's on base to final right now. Let's talk about a couple other of our sponsors. We really got to mention thanks to Rugged Radios. All the staff here, Air Bosses, production staff, and line judges run Rugged Radios to make these things happen here. Flying Eyes, the sunglasses. Corey's got a pair on right now. I'm waiting for mine. I just ordered some. Excited to see those come. You can get 10% off by using coupon code NationalSTOL. That's 10% off coupon code NationalSTOL over at Flying Eyes Optics. Really great pair of sunglasses. Get under that headset. That's the big thing, right? And it doesn't break the seal.
I love them. You know, they're my personal sunglasses, and I am one of the lucky ones to have discovered them before National STOL. And I've had these things for so long, the logos have worn off. They're just fantastic, lightweight, great sunglasses. FlyingEyes.com. Make sure you use the National STOL coupon code for free shipping. Austin Clemens, once again, under 150 feet on that landing. And Joel Wittenbach putting in a great performance as well. His landing came in with a dramatic improvement from his first score, coming in at 334 feet. Unfortunately, a DQ, though, on that second run.
Austin Clemens, part of what makes that possible, I was thinking about it, that reversible pitch propeller, MT prop, McFarland.
Oh, yeah. One of our
who
sponsors.
Makes that happen. One of their sponsors, one of our sponsors. So thanks to them. And yeah, check out that reversible pitch propeller. We talk about beta thrust, folks in the crowd. What's literally happening is the pitch of the propeller is shifting so that when the engine turns, the air is getting pushed away from the aircraft. And yeah, I think you can tell based on the way the dust is flying forward, but it's kind of like a thrust reverser on a jet aircraft. Same idea.
Absolutely. And here's Joel with his final run at the morning. Really, I mean, it's just amazing to see. This, ladies and gentlemen, is a 172. You can go to just about every flight school in the nation.
Correct.
And rent one of these aircraft. And he's taking off and landing in sub 300 feet. In fact, quite a bit lower than that in a lot of cases. It's amazing to see these guys bring these traditional aircraft that you see every single day here in America. And look at the building clouds out here in the distance in Wisconsin. Might get a little rowdy here this afternoon weather-wise.
Austin Clemens off super short now. I'm going to call that 124.
Yeah, that was a fantastic takeoff.
You can cheer for him. You can clap for him. That was pretty intense, right?
All right, now this is their last landing in this particular round today. So what I'm going to see, or what I'm expecting to see from Joel and also Austin in this round, is to be aggressive. They've both put in very good scores, and so I expect them to push it a little bit here. So let's watch Joel come in from the left. He's got a very good stabilized approach. Now let's watch those tail surfaces as we look at the load and the amount of work that he's putting in. Oh,
beautiful landing, but just way too short. Landed in the water in front of the sandbar.
Was a greaser, but he's splashed down. Yep, absolutely. Look at the beautiful yellow and black Husky piloted by the venerable Austin Clemens. Aero-LED LEDs in the wingtips, maybe.
Maybe.
Beautiful approach from Austin Clemens. Let's see if he can get on that thrust reverser right past the line, and fantastic performance. Holy cow. That is definitely the best landing of the day.
Just taxiing backwards.
Couple of style points for Austin Clemens. Master showman. I just love watching him fly. You know, I saw his teeth on that landing. He was grinning ear to ear, and that is a classic for Austin Clemens.
You sure he wasn't growling?
He might have been.
He's like, I
got
get
this.
That MT prop on the front.
The grit, the determination. I don't think I've ever seen any other expression on his face but just a grin. Just a fantastic kid. Fun. Here we go. And I'm looking over here at John Young's aircraft with all these logos, all this support. And that's one thing you'll find that's really special about the STOL community in particular, is it's a very supportive community. And John Young showing off all the different companies that brought him here today. Very indicative of the brotherhood and the camaraderie, the family atmosphere you get here at the STOL competitions. And that translates very well into the backcountry when you're airplane camping in Idaho, Montana, Alaska, Utah, where I'm from. Let's talk about some safety and what keeps us safe in the backcountry.
Yeah, so this is one of our sponsors. This is from Lift Aviation. They're a new sponsor for National STOL this season, and you want to check this out because you could use this. I don't fly backcountry enough yet to need that. Lift Love for Flying drives them to deliver only the finest in aviation products to the market, like this helmet. We are giving away helmets to the annual champion of each class for Lift Aviation USA. They also provide shoes. I got stuff all over here. I got knee boards. I got a knee board thing that they... kneeboard thing, very specific. It's the kneeboard Navigator kneeboard from Lift Aviation. They also have this cool, look at this is like more old-timey, the Flux 01, the headgear for open cockpit flight. Keep your hair and everything, your headset on. That's really cool to see. These are all Lift Aviation prizes, and they're given to the winners at each competition. But the helmet here, each class the champion, the annual champion, is going to get one of these amazing helmets. So thank you for Lift Aviation.
Fantastic
they also have
company.
shoes too.
Yeah, and one thing I notice about Lyft is the quality of the craftsmanship. All their products are top notch. Really goes to a testament to the passion they put into their products, probably filtering down by their owner who designs most of these products. Fantastic. If you're attending Oshkosh this year, which happens to be next week, make sure you stop by. Yeah, stop by the Lyft booth and tell them Ryan and Corey sent you. From National STOL.
Yeah, tell them.
Thank them for their support.
That we sent you. Maybe they'll give us one of those.
That's not my motivation. Just support great companies. Tell Lyft that Ryan and Corey sent you. Go check out some great products across all sorts of different spectrums of price range and capabilities. They have a lot of different cool stuff to make your life easier and safer as a pilot.
All joking aside, though, you'll see the pilots in the unlimited class are required to wear helmets. And in the future, I believe National STOL will be shifting to all pilots being it's recommended now for all pilots. It may become a requirement because safety is so important, and having a helmet in backcountry flight is just super critical. So
yeah, and you might as well have the lightest, most capable, the safest equipment on your aircraft. I mean, all these guys are working so hard to improve their scores, so you might as well have the best of the best in equipment as well. And Lyft Aviation brings that.
So now we've got, before we get kicked off here, you see this silver and black aircraft. We actually have an interview with Micah Lindstrom in this black cowled silver aircraft with Reese Dakan. So we're going to go to that right now and kick things off real shortly.
All right, welcome back, National STOL fans. Your favorite, Micah Lindstrom. Talk to us. You just landed in. How's it out there?
It was nice. It was about a 2-hour flight out here, and it's a little bit bumpy, but getting ready to take a first place home again.
Already feeling confident, but did you hear about some performance mods in the motor of your rival, Jeff Pohl?
I've heard plenty about it. I took home first last time, so he's got to do all kinds of different mods to try and get up after me again, but he tried that last time too, and it didn't work out so great for him, so we'll see what happens here.
That is true. He was struggling, but he said he's figured that out. He's got the motor running at tip-top condition. He's saying that you're going to fall down through the brackets.
Well, he also said that I was going to fall through the brackets last time, but I ended up shooting up. So we'll see.
We'll see.
He sounds pretty confident, but
this is what happened here last year? Can you talk us through?
I don't remember.
I don't remember either. I just remember it was our first time hanging out together, and It's been one whole year since I've actually been introduced to the STOL competition. It feels like a little bit of a homecoming. And how's the plane running? Anything different?
The airplane's running absolutely perfect. I haven't flown it since Isle. Gonna go out and do a little bit of practice here pretty soon. It's got half tanks fuel, so performance isn't gonna be that great, but I better go burn some off.
We know you got the power in there, the MT prop. Yeah. We're looking forward to seeing you out there. Good luck.
Thank you.
All right, back to you, Ryan.
All right, thanks so much for that, Reese. Let's take a look at our lineup for this next class. This is the backcountry class, but now we're into the second heat of it. So John Young, who's in front of you right now, folks, right by Lexi, our line judge. John Young in the 2007 Aviat Husky. That's the white and blue and orange, and mainly just the stickers. It's got a lot of stickers on it. He's from Olathe, Kansas. That's John Young, everybody. Give him a round of applause.
This is going to be a really exciting round of competition. We've also got, after John Young, Micah Lindstrom. Let's talk about Micah and his grudge match with the gentleman behind him, right. Jeff Pohl.
That's right. So here's Micah Lindstrom, folks. You heard him in that package kind of talking about like, hey, I got it figured out. I got my stuff figured out. I don't need to change anything. Micah Lindstrom in that 1955 Cessna 170B from Malacca, Minnesota. Silver with the black nose. It's Micah Lindstrom. Give him a round of applause. Micah had a good landing during practice yesterday. He planted it firmly in the door, as most Cessna owners know it can happen. just popped open. Just popped, one door closes, the other one opens on a Cessna sometimes. So that's Micah. Now, behind him, taxiing up to the line in 00, the Dirty Bird, it's Jeff Pohl, also from Milaca, Minnesota. And you heard in the package, I talked to Jeff last night, discovered some engine issues he was having over the course of the season. Was able to repair those, coming back into the circuit with a lot more horsepower than he had before. He has those wing extensions. You can see the kind of unpainted gray part of the wing there, giving it a little extra lift, making some changes. And at STOL just a few weeks ago, that was a difficulty for Jeff. He was getting used to the basically new aircraft, right? You change the wing, you change the motor, things are new. He said he's going to be putting in a lot of practice and just continue to move forward and come back and defeat Micah. So that's Jeff Pohl, everybody.
Yeah, Jeff Pohl there right in front of you. Let's give him a round of applause. We get a little bit rowdy. Now, one of the things I'd like to mention about Jeff really quickly here is he has got some things dialed in since Minnesota, so I'm expecting to see some great things from him. Just so excited about this.
Also excited to see another Minnesota boy. I don't know as a Wisconsinite how I feel about this, but we've got Tony Effenberger from Mankato, Minnesota in the 1955, guess what, Cessna 170 Bravo model. I wonder why they're so popular. You're about to find out. Everyone give him a round of applause. That's Tony. And last but certainly not least, Joel Dobson in a Cessna 172 tail dragger. It's called Moxie. Joel Dobson is a fighter pilot, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, F-16 pilot with combat experience in Iraq, awarded the Air Medal and the Bronze Star Medal. So in front of you folks, you have a honest-to-goodness American hero flying in National STOL.
Let's hear it for Joel Dobson. You know, that classic-looking aircraft has Moxie.
So that's Joel, who's going to be bringing up the rear of this heat. So exciting to see him fly. Just such a down-to-earth pilot. And a real competitor, too. I think people don't necessarily... I think they underestimate him sometimes. I can't even pronounce the town he's from in Tennessee. It's got a lot of O's in it.
Ultawa.
Ultawa? Someone from Tennessee come in on the chat on social and tell us how to pronounce that. I say that as in Wisconsin we have a lot of weird town names because all the Native American names that they look very unique. And a lot of people have struggle. Like I live near Waukesha.
I love Waukesha. It just rolls off the tongue. Waukesha. Menominee.
Yeah. A lot of things. Go Stickers is Arkansas says Go
Menominee.
Stickers. Menominee. Yeah, there you go.
I'm excited to see these competitors. That is 5 skilled craftsmen at the controls. Wow.
Yeah, and then we got Corey and I are oogling the Vans RV. Looks like RV4s, I think, off in the distance.
I just had a little bit of nostalgia wax over me as I saw those RVs taxiing in formation by our competitors. It feels like a little bit of the Oshkosh spirit is permeating National STOL here at Hartford today. I'm excited about this whole competition today. I'm excited about this next week. I'm excited to extend an invitation to every single one of you, both here and on the internet, to join our family. Come check out National STOL.
So here's John Young. We talked a little bit about him with Arkansas, which I think we've decided yesterday. Josh Richling and I decided that's called STOL Cross. So that's a different type of STOL competition. Check that out. I believe it's in September this year.
Yeah, I believe it's the first weekend in September. Little bit of a different competition. It's located in the most beautiful place at Bird's Adventure Center in Arkansas. John Young.
Off short for
Wow.
John Young. He's definitely a solid competitor. And it's interesting. I don't know what the difference will be between him competing with Austin and now competing against, same scores, right? They're all competitive, but in this heat with the 170s, maybe it gives them a psychological advantage.
Right.
Here's Micah Lindstrom now.
Getting it dialed in. Micah usually is a little aggressive on the takeoff roll. Did not really push too hard on that one. That's not the normal Micah style, so maybe he's just getting used to the air, the conditions here. Jeff Pohl, no stranger to the conditions here. He's almost a local from Minnesota, a nearby state. Very aggressive.
There we go, Jeff.
Wow.
Yanking it down. Jeff said to me yesterday, he said that was actually the telltale thing that he realized he needed to go in and double check some things in his motor. He couldn't get his tail up as high as he used to. And some of the other competitors said, Jeff, why are you pulling your tail up all the way?
You know, he said the same thing to me, but he told me to keep it a secret.
Whoops.
Don't tell anybody I dialed in my motor. Fantastic takeoff there from Tony Effenberger. All these Cessnas really close to one another. And Joel Dobson, look at the beautiful paint scheme. It just looks so classic and retro, just brings you right back to the early days, the golden era of aviation.
He might win. We should give him a trophy just for prettiest airplane
It is
today.
gorgeous. Look at that
is
aircraft.
Something else. A little bit less aggressive of a bite.
Yeah.
But I have to ask you, too, I mean, when you do these competitions, Corey, is there a strategy in terms of how aggressive you get? Like, do you put a safe one in the books right away?
You know, it's different for every competition and the field you're in. And now if I was in this field and I had a similarly performing Cessna 170B, I think my first run would probably be more on the middle scale. Because for me, I deal with a little bit of nerves. And I anticipate other humans do the same thing. Here's John Young. Let's talk about,
let's talk about the
running
scratch.
out of energy and just scratching. A little bit of a scratch there. I love the lettering on the side of his tires. I also have that same orange lettering, and this is one of the first times I've seen it on somebody else. I never get to see my own airplane fly.
Oh, I suppose, yeah.
I'm usually in the cockpit, so it's kind of cool to see the big orange lettering on the side of his tires there. Beautiful. But back to these 170s, I think on these first runs, you're really just kind of getting used to the conditions and acclimating yourself. And so for me, that first run is more of an acclimation situation so that I can feel more comfortable for my second run. It's almost for me a throwaway. But sometimes you get lucky.
Micah getting a good one, and he's got to modulate those brakes just right. Just right. Oh, there you go. There you go, Micah. And now he's just flexing. Now he's just flexing while they measure. He's just flexing on you.
Wow, what a showman. Micah Lindstrom having fun here at National STOL in Wisconsin. Look at those building clouds in the distance. We're going to start to see the wind pick up, and we have a crosswind today, so that's going to definitely play an impact on this afternoon's competition. But right here, Jeff Pohl. Micah Lindstrom just threw down that gauntlet, and Jeff being very high alpha here, little too high, I think. But look at the aggressive braking from Jeff within just a few feet of Micah.
Yeah, you know, Micah actually stopped his taxi back and watched where that ended out. He was really curious to see where it was.
Oh, yeah, they're definitely dialed into each other.
And they're close. They're close. We got 314 for Micah and 338 for Jeff. So he's got a little bit of ground to make up.
That's been the story the last couple of competitions since Jeff put that wing extension on there. He's still learning the aircraft. Whenever you make a mod that's that dramatic, you basically have a new airplane to learn. Oh, and a heartbreaker for Tony Effenberger, just coming in just a few feet short of the line. And it's going to be a testament to how difficult these conditions are if we start to see a lot of those disqualifications. And we already have that right crosswind turning into a little bit of a quartering tail crosswind as well. It's going to lengthen out those landing rolls and the takeoff rolls as well. And from the left, Joel Dobson in the beautiful
172.
Oh, man.
It took your breath away.
I just wanted to watch. I honestly, I'm probably one of the biggest fans you'll ever see of this style of flying, and Joel just brings some beautiful flying to this competition.
So we're waiting for Joel's score to hop on to the board right now, but currently Austin Clemens with that beta thrust. I'm sure we're going to hear about that at the campfire tonight. 254. Micah Lindstrom's currently in second place, 314. Jeff Pohl, 338. Joel Dobson, 429. And our friend from the beginning, Joel Wittenbach, bringing up in fifth place, 740. Here is John Young. He wasn't on the scoreboard because he had that scratch that first round, so hopefully he'll be able to get on the board this time. He's on the line.
Yeah, I got to shake out those bugs. Let's get confident. Here we go, John. We're waiting for an approval from our air boss for him to go. I'm looking at that beautiful McFarlane Aviation flag in the background. They're a great provider of just about anything you need, especially propellers. Wow, what a great takeoff from John Young. I think he might have settled down somewhere at about 220 feet, though. He took off somewhere around 150 and then settled back down. Now watch as Micah Lindstrom. Let's see if he adjusts his takeoff technique. A little more aggressive. I'm expecting to see that tail come up really high.
Mowing the lawn.
He likes to see the grass in front of him.
Look at that, Corey.
That was special, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know if you've been to very many STOL competitions, but to see a Cessna 170 do a sub 125-foot takeoff with a crosswind, no headwind at all to speak of, that is special.
So that, for this class, was the best takeoff, even ahead of Austin Clemens.
Wow!
Oh, the gauntlet has been dropped for Jeff Pohl doing the same thing.
Unbelievable, ladies and gentlemen. We are seeing something special. I have paleo erections on my arm. Goosebumps.
Yeah.
Very effective.
He's not kidding. That was 118. That's the shortest takeoff of this class today. Tony Effenberger now pulling a little early.
Yeah.
What a hard to
and that's
follow up those two
It's such a
competitors.
testament to the difference in skill set. These are very closely matched aircraft, so the equipment is not the issue. That is an amazing testament to the skill of both Micah and Jeff, and that is a gauntlet for Tony Effenberger. I know he's going to come away from this and be like, I need to get in there.
Here's Joel now, going to put some F-16 combat thrust into it. He's off short, too.
That main landing gear came off nice and short with the first tail wheel bounce, so I don't think he pulled too early because his mains came off and stayed off, which is fantastic for Joel Dobson in the beautiful blue and white 172.
As John Young comes around, I just want to say thank you to a few of the other of our sponsors. Sarasota Avionics providing tons and tons of prizes. You saw them on the practice stream yesterday. The Garmin watch, the Garmin InReach, the USB charger that goes in the panel that everyone loves. Those are all provided for prizes by Sarasota Avionics, so thank you to them for that. Here's John Young now holding it off and a scratch.
Boy, John is really pushing hard today. He's got 2 scratches in this round. I'm wondering if he's just feeling the pressure because there's just no other explanation for it because John is no stranger to STOL. He definitely has the skill set, but 2 DQs in a row is not very characteristic for him, so we're going to probably see a little bit more conservative approach on this third and final round on the next one for him.
Got to get on the board.
Yeah, he definitely has to put down a score. So what that means when you DQ on the landing, ladies and gentlemen, is you don't have a score for that round. And with 2 scratches in a row, he has yet to put a number on the board.
And we've seen those scratches massively affect the placements at the end of the day.
There's Micah, very aggressive, dumping it down. That is how to do it. When you drop it down positively like that, you could tell that he had the brakes already preset. He had the brakes already on when he landed because that tail came up immediately, putting him in a really good position for a short landing, somewhere in the neighborhood of about 130 1 feet, in fact. 131 is his official score, launching him into a secure first, or close. Holy smack, 314 feet combined score for Micah. That is fantastic. And here's Jeff. Oh, just a little short.
I don't think Lexi called it. Oh, she did call it. Okay, I was like waiting for her to call it. It's under review on the instant replay here in the booth.
And
we can see the dust. Yeah, the dust kicking up short of the line there for our friend.
Now, if I know anything about Jeff Pohl, he is in that cockpit setting himself up for the third round. He knows that was a scratch, and he knows that Micah just put in a great score. So he is going to lay down that gauntlet for this final round, but not to be outdone. Tony Effenberger on his approach in his beautiful 170B. Beautiful landing from Joel.
We just got a comment here on the chat from Levi Nogas, who couldn't be here this week, and he says, I can testify to the supportive family atmosphere you mentioned earlier. I was overwhelmed by the support I have received. He's talking about Levi's son tragically passed away not too long ago, and so he couldn't come this weekend. But yeah, Levi, we're all thinking about you. We miss you, and just thinking about you and your family every day, every minute here.
Absolutely. Love you, Levi. Love you, brother. All right, Joel putting in a great landing there. I just love the look of his aircraft. Just beautiful.
Yeah, I mean, maybe you should make him an offer.
I don't know, man. I don't think I could afford it. It's an heirloom.
Here we got another legend of STOL. John Jughead Council had a comment. I just missed it, but he was talking about Joel Dobson's. There we go. Diesel Dobson's 172 tail drag conversion will always have a slight disadvantage due to its shorter gear legs that limits the available angle of attack. Very interesting. Thank you for that tidbit, Jughead. I miss Jughead. I haven't seen you in a while, Jughead.
Yeah, come on out and play, brother. Love it. And you can see Jughead is absolutely right. You can see just the way it sits on the ground. It does have a little bit less angle of attack, it looks like, than the 170s. Very interesting comment by Jughead. I hadn't noticed that. So thank you for coming on the live stream and sharing your gospel. Sharing the beta, the info. There's John Young. Once again, he has nothing on the board, even though 2 rounds have gone by. He needs to put up a score. This is going to become real for him at this point. He needs to get on the board.
Pulled a little early.
Way too soon.
I'm like, a little too soon. You're like, way too soon. Corey's calling it like it is. I was trying to be polite.
I mean, he started pulling at 120 feet, and that cost him, I think, about 30, 40 feet on that takeoff roll, and he knows it. I saw him shaking his head as he was climbing out. Here's your current leader now, Micah Lindstrom with 246. Look at the deck angle on that one. Wow. Wow. That was fantastic. Mr. Consistent, his last one coming in really, really closely to that number at about 120 feet. I think that one's in the neighborhood of about 130. Jeff Pohl giving it the beans as well. Oh! Wow. Holy cow. Probably 124 feet, 123 feet on that one. Fantastic performance from Jeff Pohl. That sets him up to be competitive with Micah on this last and final round here in the morning. He's just got to take a few deep breaths on his pattern work. Tony Effenberger coming in with his 170. Tony Effenberger off and good, and now here comes Joel Dobson in Corey's favorite plane. Mine too, I think. It's the prettiest one of the competition so far. And let's watch that angle of attack thing that Jughead mentioned in the social chat. Seeing it now, I do see what he's saying. The gear legs are significantly shorter. The angle of attack, when we talk about angle of attack,
I'm going to try to explain it. Basically, like, it's the angle at which the wind hits the wing. And the more you have, the more lift you're able to get. So we talk about taking a bite there.
Right. And since he's not able to get his tail down lower because the deck angle it sits on the ground, he's not able to rotate as soon as you would be able to if you had a little bit higher stance, maybe some bigger tires, maybe a little bit a landing gear to bring it up a smidge there. Even 1 or 2 inches can make a difference of 10 to 20 feet on a takeoff roll when it comes to how your aircraft is just sitting on the ground.
Here's John Young now. Good. Think it's good.
I hope it's good. We have the wave from Lexi, so he'll be happy that he's on the board.
About a 260 something, we'll call it. We'll see what the judges say.
But I don't know that he's going to be satisfied. So I think during the break this afternoon, he's going to get that dialed in because he did pull way early on that takeoff, and that landing was post 200 feet, well beyond the 200-foot mark, which is uncharacteristic for John.
Sure. Yeah, kind of an off day, I think, for John. I don't know if it's the starter issues.
Maybe. He did have that. That might be the story.
For him.
Yeah, that might be the story. He did have the starter issue, the mechanical. And here's Micah. Perfect approach. Whoa!
Oh, man, mowing the lawn a little bit there, Micah. Very aggressive, though.
No stranger to the aggressive nature of those landings. Micah's very skilled. Handled it perfectly and still put in a great score. But that does open the door for this man, Jeff Pohl, on his approach. It's all right here.
When we talk about Micah and how skilled he is, we talk about Jeff Pohl, I think that a landing like that is a great way to explain it, right? You see the tail coming up. He needs to have split-second reaction time. Lexi's not sure on that one.
Wow, that was fantastic. He's definitely shorter than Micah on that one, but we don't have word whether or not it was a scratch from the booth yet. I don't know.
I'm gonna call that good.
Yep, that looks good to me.
Look at the left main.
I don't know.
We'll have to see what the judges say.
We need a faster camera on the replay because we're kind of in between frames there, but I would call that good if it were me. We're waiting for official word from the judges.
They're calling it good.
Yes.
Wow, there we go. Jeff Pohl.
So that puts him in at a 254-foot score, putting him in a tie with Austin Clemens for second place.
What is happening?
Holy cow. Wow. What a fantastic performance from Jeff Pohl.
Tony, what is also happening is Tony Effenberger just scratched. But what else is happening? The tie that is happening.
I saw Austin Clemens' reaction to that. He's one of the volunteer line judges while he's not flying, and he put his hands in the air. What do I got to do to beat Jeff Pohl? Fantastic performance from Jeff. I'm expecting actually both of those guys to improve in the afternoon round. So I don't think that score is going to stay the same. But how exciting is it? We have less than a 10-foot spread between first, second, and third, and a tie.
Here's Joel Dobson now. Hanging it off. Had to give it a little bit of throttle to balloon over there.
Beautiful job, though. Keeping it under control just like you want to do. But nice sub 250-foot score there for Joel. I think he'll be happy with that one. His other ones coming in at 220, 228.
While we wait for the action to continue here, I want to mention our friends over at AirTech Coatings. Such a longtime sponsor of National STOL. We really appreciate all of their support. AirTech Coatings, you want to get that like wet look on your airplane. You have questions about covering, making it beautiful. AirTech Coatings is the place to go. AirTech Coatings, they make paint fly. So thank you very much to AirTech Coatings. Let's also talk about our friends at Committee Coffee. Committee Coffee is small batch coffee. They make specialty coffee more accessible to the everyday consumer. They're law enforcement officer owned and a brand new sponsor of National STOL, so thank you to them. Also, since I'm on a roll, let's talk about Aviation. They're a publication focused on stories of youth in aviation. You can pick up a free copy of their latest issue over at that merch table, which, by the way, don't forget to go hit up that merch table, Hartford. We want you to make sure you get something to remember this awesome day where you saw the crazy tie between Jeff Pohl and Austin Clemens, Micah Lindstrom just in front of him there for that class.
And something that's really fun to see on the scoreboard is Joel Dobson coming in. He's currently holding 4th place in that beautiful 172. I'm really happy to see that come down.
Yes, absolutely. Just incredible. Like, you can see how things can shift throughout a round. Let's go through the results. The Lag Gardner Aviation Insurance results. Micah Lindstrom, first place, currently 246. Jeff Pohl and Austin Clemens tied for second or third, however you want to talk about it, 254. Corey just mentioned Joel Dobson, 4th place, 421. John Young on the board, now in 5th place, 464. And Tony Effenberger in the 170 Bravo in 6th place, and Joel Wittenbach in 7th place with a combined score of 740 feet.
Fantastic backcountry class action so far today. This has been so good. Now, as these volunteer line judges make their way across the runway, let's give them some love. A round of applause for all the line judges and all the awesome volunteers. It takes a lot of work to put on these events, and we're so grateful for everybody showing up and volunteering their time and efforts to come out and make this a special event for all of us. Thanks to all the volunteers. The Fluorescent Shirt Brigade.
The Fluorescent Shirt Brigade. So now, everybody, before we break for lunch, we just want everyone to please observe a moment of silence for Levi Nogas Jr., who was lost recently. So just remembering a member of our STOL community again, heart goes out to that family. And folks, man, I wish he could be here to see what an amazing day it's been so far here at Hartford. And we just really appreciate all of you in the crowd joining us. I can see, actually, I've got 2 special guests in the crowd. I've got Emily and Elaine. My daughters are in the crowd now, just checking out STOL action for the first time. So thank you to them for coming to visit me. I'm so proud of you girls.
Oh, yeah,
Good to
I'm
see
excited
this stuff.
to meet them.
Yeah, Corey, you have to meet them over the break here. So as we wrap up now, the morning sessions, we're going to be heading, and you can see we've got the MOAC right in front of us. Things are going to heat up a little bit even more. We're starting to get some really purpose-built aircraft.
Yeah, we're starting to get into some of the more, the changeable aircraft where you can find so many different parts and mods and so many different configurations. I think one of the stories this afternoon is going to be the conditions. You can see this beautiful Wisconsin sky in front of you. Lots of building cumulonimbus clouds in front of us. Some of them have a little bit of gray in them. So that means we've got a lot of moisture in the air. That means the wind is going to pick up a little bit. Might get some precipitation, actually. I'm looking at some of these, and it's a beautiful Wisconsin afternoon. Pretty amazing.
Pretty amazing, pretty standard. So everyone settle in. We're going to take a lunch break. Race Control is reporting competitions on a 1-hour lunch break until 12:45 p.m. Central Time. So make sure you visit the food vendors here at Hartford. And if you're at home, just set an alarm. Come on back and watch the rest of it. We're going to kick things off when we come back with the adventure class with the MOACs. Luke Spohr, Brian Steck, Kyle Bushman's here, Cece Pocock, who wrote a book about all this stuff, is here, Keith Lang, Shane Madsen. We've got a lot of really exciting STOL action in the adventure class, followed by sport, followed by what a lot of people come for, unlimited class.
Absolutely. I'm excited for this afternoon. We'll see you at 12:45. It's a beautiful day here in beautiful Wisconsin.
Test 1 2. Test 1 2 handheld.
my time to bring it in for the
where history is made.
action.
We're cranking up the lights now, so everyone can see. It's all happening right now. We're gonna make you believe. It's about to get crazy. It's about to go down. It's about to get crazy. It's gonna be loud. This is our house. We do what we wanna. We'll blow the roof off. Everybody's coming. It's about to get crazy. It's about to go down. It's about to go down.
Yeah, I got that right turn. We're good. Let's meet up at the compound group up. At 10-4.
Yeah, for sure, dog.
Good, little driver, straight on through.
At Aerolids, we believe that innovation is equal parts inspiration and perspiration. Since our inception in 2006, we embarked on a mission to redefine the expectations of aerospace lighting. Entering the aerospace lighting market, which had remained largely unchanged for 50 years and in drastic need of a new product with fresh look and unequaled performance, Aerolids was inspired to redefine the expectations, which resulted in a series of innovative designs. Hungry for new ideas, backed by a company that valued the patronage, customers quickly adopted the new standard of quality, design, and performance never seen before in the industry. Over the past 12 years, Aerolid's installation, ranging from the experimental and 23 markets up to the space and military applications, with over 15 tactical military platforms featuring products in both overt and covert operations. Aerolids continues to lead the industry in design, reliability, and unsurpassed performance. Unique in its presence and unmatched in its perseverance, Aerolids serves the aviation market from one spectrum to the next. From you to you too, Aerolids is redefining the expectations.
And we are back, everyone. Wow, what a morning at Hartford here for Sodbusters National STOL. Corey, I've got a little mini-me hanging out here.
Oh, bring her on camera.
Hang on here.
Get ready, America.
Emily is one of my daughters who's joining us
a little
today.
Closer, a little closer.
Yeah, here, let's go a little bit over here.
Get her in.
There you go. What do you think,
Hi,
Emily? What do you think so far? Is it good? Yeah, it's good. So we've had a really fun morning. Oh, I got another one. I got another kid. Here, can't be unfair.
Oh, come on in.
Yeah, come
Scoot
in.
around back.
Come on in.
Come on. Get in here.
It's my friend Corey.
Say hi to the people at home.
Yeah, wave to that camera, okay? There we go. All right, cool. So we're getting ready. By the way, National STOL, total family affair. You can bring all your family in. We're doing that today. And you can come in. My wife is off camera over there. She can come poke in and wave too. Let's get the whole family in here with Corey and my. Here, gotta keep getting closer. There they go. Keep going. There she is. All right.
It's right here.
It's right there. So we brought the whole family, and I would say you should bring your family. You should totally bring your family to National STOL. The one thing is just bring hearing protection for your really little littles, because when you got Steve Henry flying at the speed of snot on that engine, it can be a little loud for the little ears. But other than that, bring everyone out. Have some fun. We had an amazing morning. Guys, I'm going to say goodbye to you now, okay? I'm going to go back to work. We had an amazing morning with just all the classes. Rookie class was fun. Adventure class was fun. Or Bush class, was fun. And something we're going to tease for a second here, Corey, is that we are going to have a runoff a little bit later today. So we need to decide who gets second and who gets third place between Austin Clemens and Jeff Pohl. And so to do that, we're going to have a runoff. So after the Bush class, I believe, the adventure class, I get my classes all spun around. After the adventure class, I'm getting all the names. Austin and Jeff are going to come out and do a best out of 3. See who gets the best.
Wow, what a treat.
Yeah, that's going to be super, super fun to do. So that's exciting. But first, we got to go and... Okay, you go get your earmuffs. So now what we're going to do is we're going to go back. We had a couple interviews. We got to... Dude, that is so awesome to have them here. We're going to do a couple of interviews. We're going to kick it over to Reese Duckhand for a couple interviews in the various classes. First, we're going to kick it over to, I believe, the backcountry class. So he's going to talk to us about some of the backcountry class competitors, and we'll be right back.
Austin Clemens. All right, National STOL fans, here he is, Austin Clemens, in front of that amazing aircraft. Talk about that prop. What were you doing just now?
Throwing it in reverse and letting her rip, push me backwards, help me stop, try to beat those 170s, and that's about it. Just all you can do is try.
How was your competition out there? You've got Jeff Pohl, you've got Micah, but is it even a competition?
Well, we'll see today. I don't know.
Can we walk through that cockpit real quick and we want to see what's going on inside the cockpit.
All you got to do is arm this reverse switch that puts power to it, and you got to be below 60 mile an hour indicated airspeed and below 1100 or 1200 RPM. Then you can just push this in reverse and the blades go full pitch, and then you add full power. So you do that all at the same time while holding the switch, and it turns out good. Anybody out there that you want to thank for keeping you out on the road flying? Aviat Aircraft, the Husky, beautiful Husky I'm flying, and McFarland Aviation. Well, man, we enjoy seeing you out here. Great job out there, and looking forward to seeing you in the future. Oh, thank you. It was very close. You tied with Austin Clemens with a beta prop. You could call that a win, but it's a tie.
Well, I don't come to these to beat Austin. I come here to beat Micah, and I feel that this is the third time. Has absolutely nothing to do with pilot skill. Micah said it himself. You heard it. So, other than that, I guess I'm gonna go home and practice.
Do you smell that? It smells like victory.
Smells like a winner again. Got Austin, I believe, Jeff Pohl, and we did really good this weekend.
The bees.
Yeah, the bees kicked it again. I think that little 4 or 5 knot crosswind just threw them off. They couldn't handle it.
Tripped them up, huh?
Yeah, Austin was really struggling out there, but Jeff was struggling even more, and
you got it across the line. You made it count where it counts.
I can't believe it.
The MT prop, man, it looked good out there.
Yeah. Look at that thing. That thing was pulling like a freight train.
Well, congratulations. Looking forward to seeing you in the next one.
Absolutely.
Back to you, Ryan.
Thanks so much, Reese. I love how aggressive Micah is with his trolling and his
that was a fantastic package. The smack talk is on. And I got to tell you, though, he backed it up.
He did back it up. It's one thing to just talk. It's another thing to show up and put in the work.
He did, and what a heartbreaker for Jeff Pohl. I know he had his hopes up, but he's got to keep his game face on. He can't dwell on this situation with Micah because he still has to knock off Austin if it can be done. The Wonder Kid is nearly impossible to beat. But let's not discount the skill that Micah brought to the table today. He put on an absolute clinic, Ryan.
Dude, clinic is an understatement, and you're right. We are going to see, Jeff's got to keep his game face on. We're going to see that runoff after this next class. The other thing we saw this morning, just as a little bit of a recap, was we saw the rookie class, right? We talked about how that's a great way for people to get involved in National STOL in a lower pressure environment, and we actually have some interviews with them.
Talk to us. What was going on in the cockpit?
My tachometer went crazy on the first takeoff and would not settle, so I had no tach. So that was just a distraction. It's an excuse. I sucked.
Any distraction in the cockpit is tough.
It just didn't go as planned. I would love to have 3 more tries.
3 more tries?
Yeah, that would be nice.
Can we get 3 more tries? Can we get 3 more tries?
Thank you.
It was good. The field was great. I mean, you couldn't ask for better conditions.
Look at this crowd around us, too.
I know. There's a lot of people here. You get out there, as a rookie, you get out there, and it's like you see all these people, and then everything changes, you know? It's kind of wild.
Yeah, because you know how to fly the airplane. But when you get the pressure, talk to me about the pressure that was in the cockpit.
So my brakes aren't super effective on this thing, so I know downhill it's going to take a lot more. But, I mean, I was pushing as hard as I could on them. 350, I think, is like the best I could do. 340, somewhere around in there. So it was good. Had a blast.
And you talked a little bit earlier about the performance modifications. You're not looking to make this thing a hot rod, right?
Oh, no, it's a PA11. There's nothing hot rod about it. I mean, 2 weeks ago, we installed some VGs on it and tried to get a little extra lift. But, yeah, I mean, there's tons of stuff. I need flaps, you know.
Can we get this guy some flaps?
Yeah, get some flaps. I need a new airplane.
Well, good seeing you, and we're looking forward to seeing you at many more of these to come.
All right, Reese, thank you.
Well, fans, here he is, Finn. You are unofficially the champion of your class. How's it feel?
Pretty good. I did what I wanted. I got under 400 total, so worked out for me.
Talk about your history with competitions.
I've never done a competition. I usually choke up a lot in competitions, so I was happy just to get 2 landings. And yeah, I was just happy to do it.
And you're talking about your competitors are all stickered up. And what was going on?
Yeah, everyone here has the cool paint, and I don't have any cool paint. I don't have the cool numbers. I don't have like the name of my airplane on it or anything. But yeah, I think I'm probably gonna get Rudy in quotations across the nose real big. So
what's Rudy?
Rudolph, because red nose.
Ah, that is clever. And red, white, and blue. Can't beat the patriotic of that.
Yeah.
All right. Well, what's coming down the bend? What competitions are you looking forward to in the future?
I think I might go down to Nashville and do the one down there too. And then really whatever else is around. It was a lot of fun.
Awesome. Congratulations. Forward to seeing you in Nashville.
Yeah. See you there.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Reese, for those interviews. And we are getting ready to kick it off in the adventure class in just a few moments. But don't forget that it's almost time right after that for that very rare and exciting runoff between Austin Clemens and Jeff Pohl to see who got second and who got third in the backcountry class. So, Corey, as we head into the adventure class, wondering what your thoughts are about what we're going to see. We've got the MOAC right in front of us there.
Yeah, Brian Steck always brings the party. He brings that skill and, the finesse of STOL. But we've got great pilots. Kyle Bushman over here near the announcer stand saying, hey, let's get this party started.
Let's go.
I am excited to see these guys go head-to-head. We've also got CC Pocock in the lineup in Bush Air. We've got Keith Lang all the way from Wasilla, Alaska. We've got Shane Matson with the Radial Cub. Holy cow, ladies and gentlemen, what a treat.
That's going to be super fun to watch.
And Luke Spoor from Texas in his Legend Cub. I mean, it's going to be amazing.
Luke was one of the other pilots up here was saying, let's go.
Yeah.
I want to fight.
These guys
and
are
by
ready.
Fight, I mean fly.
The teeth are out.
We got to, they're getting ready to get fired up now. And while we do that, we've got Luke Spoor in that Legend Aircraft MOAC right there. Beautiful airplane. I want to talk about Legend Aircraft for a second. You want to talk about someone who supported National STOL for a long time. Legend Aircraft has, the little slogan they have here for me to read is Legend Aircraft, it's not your grandfather's Cub. And you will see why they say that when you see these things fly. The biggest thing we need to make sure you know, though, is that Legend Aircraft is actually the presenting sponsor of Lone Star STOL later this year in Texas, and we cannot thank them enough for that. There's the MOAC, the mother of all Cubs, firing up right now. Again, that's Luke Spohr in that. Brian Steck is also in one. He'll be the third in the lineup of this class. I always make the joke about Luke's airplane that the gun cases, the gun racks, make it land 10 feet shorter because of the drag, and he's never corrected me on that. So there he goes now, taxiing past the announcer's booth.
Yeah, that's a beautiful aircraft. And so, ladies and gentlemen, Luke right there, right in front of you. Let's give him a round of applause for coming to the show. All right, Luke, what a beautiful aircraft, that beautiful green and grays. Not to mention all the Americana mounted on it.
Yeah,
Fantastic
lots of Americana.
Aircraft.
So that is, just so we're clear, everyone, you can cheer for him right now. Luke Spohr in the 2019 American Legend Aircraft MOAC from Emory, Texas. Now, what do you know about this guy taxiing up here? He was just in here saying hello. By the way, he said I think his parents watch, or his grandparents. Someone watches the stream and loves it, so just a little compliment I'm going to give that he gave me that I'll pass on to you. Is very appreciative of the announcing. I don't know.
Yeah, one of my favorites, the big, the beautiful, the backcountry Cub, piloted by the venerable. He's a master craftsman, owns Ragwood Reef Factory up in the Pacific Northwest. Such a fantastic competitor and so fun to watch because this is a different aircraft. It's heavy, it's big, it's powerful, and Kyle Bushman is a craftsman at the controls. Just love watching him. He's on the ground. He can see your cheers and your waves. Let's give Kyle Bushman a Wisconsin round of applause.
And by the way, Kyle Bushman, you can, if you like the way this airplane looks and flies, this is a kit you can buy, or a finished airplane you could buy from him. And he says right here, when people see the airplane in person, they completely understand its capabilities. And I think that's true, having seen it fly earlier in the series.
Absolutely. He flew that across the states from Douglas, Wyoming this week to be here. Kyle Bushman, welcome to the show. It's going to be fun to watch him. And now, Ryan, this man. What do we know about this guy?
This is Brian Steck in a 2020 American Legend Aircraft MOAC. And that blue, gray, blue, I love it, from Mineola, Texas. Brian, by the way, you got to check out his plane as it taxis in front of you, folks. Check out the weights on the tail, right? He puts the tail ballast on there to get it exactly correct for competition. It's powered by a Titan 370. And let's see here. Started building his American Legend AL-18 Super Cub, the MOAC in Sulphur Springs, Texas, back in 2019. So first STOL competition at Sodbusters in August of 2021. And he's been a heavy hitter on the circuit ever since.
Yeah, just a beautiful, beautiful aircraft and a fierce competitor. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for Mr. Brian Steck.
So that is your Echo class. So we're going to, this adventure class, the Echo Heat. So we're going to have adventure class broken into two. So you're going to see the MOACs and the Backcountry Super Cub in this first heat of three. And then in the second one, you're going to have CeCe Pocock, Keith Lang, and Shade Madsen.
Oh, man. You know, this is going to be an exciting afternoon, starting out with Luke up there in the beautiful green and gray Legend Cub. It's just so much fun. And look at the conditions. Let's talk about that for a moment. Some things might have changed over the lunch break. We have a lot of convective activity just north of our location, and it is heading our direction. Most of it's probably going to miss us to the north, but what that's going to do is change the winds, and it's going to create potentially some more gusty conditions. That right crosswind is going to continue to be a factor. You saw it, you heard it earlier in the package while Micah Lindstrom was dropping down the shade, that these pilots didn't seem to handle it against him, and that will be a part of the conversation this afternoon.
Look who's watching, by the way. It's up there on your screen right now. It said Chinook Valdez Special.
Oh, is
I'm
that
guessing
Dan
that was
Reynolds?
Dan Reynolds. Yes,
Oh
and
my
he wished he
gosh,
could be here.
the man.
Dan Reynolds, one of the amazing competitors. We've seen him do some amazing things in a really unique aircraft.
Yeah.
It's got that pusher configuration. Definitely one of those airplanes that you can really like lawn dart it in and just like bloop.
Seriously, just one of the most fun aircraft to watch. And Dan Reynolds is a character. He brings a lot of energy and persona to the sport of STOL. Just so much fun to watch, especially because the uncharacteristic and the uniqueness of his aircraft, the Chinook. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We're lining up on the line. Luke Spohr in that 2019 Legend Super Cub. Let's turn it over to the Air Boss and listen to Air Boss Radio for a moment.
Win. He's on about a 1.5 mile final for 2.7. Echo 1, you're good to go. Look home.
All right, you heard it right there from the Air Boss. Luke has been cleared into the track. An aggressive pull from Luke Spohr.
And that's why we love this class, right? And that's why these airplanes are so exciting. They're purpose-built for just this thing.
Absolutely. So now we're starting to see the real performers come out, the sub 100 crew. That was a fantastic start to the afternoon from Luke and Brian Steck. No stranger. He knows that was a great takeoff. It happened just in front of him. Let's listen to his Titan 370.
Whoa! There he goes, getting that tail up.
Wow, what an impressive aircraft, just beating the air into submission. What a fun thing to watch. Now look at Kyle Bushman. He's got those lines on his wheels so that the race officials know when it started and stopped. This will be fun on his landings. We can see how much he slips and slides across the grass as he hits those brakes.
I think he's going to slide a lot. The other thing about Kyle's aircraft that's really fun to watch is like, look at the wing is just working. Every part of it is doing something.
Wow, that is a sub 150-foot takeoff from Kyle Bushman in the beautiful Backcountry Super Cub.
And as these aircraft are coming around, I want to give thanks to another one of our sponsors. You're going to see in this runoff, Micah Lindstrom's running it, MT Props. So McFarlane and MT Propeller appreciate their support. They're returning for a second year. You've got high-quality FAA, PMA components, and McFarlane is the U.S. distributor for MT Propellers. So we really appreciate their help and their support this year at National STOL.
Absolutely. Thank you, McFarlane. Here's Luke putting in an aggressive approach and landing. Not very aggressive on the brakes. I don't know if maybe he didn't like his flare or something happened there, but he didn't seem to get on the brakes very aggressively. Rolled a little bit longer than I expected. This opens a door, though, for this next man, Mr. Brian Steck, coming from the left. Very stabilized approach as he makes his final turn here.
Now, Brian Steck's got a lot of ground to cover. So if we look at the two takeoffs, right? Luke Spohr's takeoff was 66 feet. Brian Steck's nothing to sneeze at, 106. I mean, these are both insane takeoff distances.
Oh, unbelievable.
But that's a big gap to make up. So Luke Spohr's landing of 222, combined score of 288, does leave a little bit of room on this landing.
It did seem like maybe he carried a little bit extra energy, but that is much, much shorter than Luke's landing, coming in at about 222 feet. I think that puts Brian Steck in a great position as we wait for the officials to mark his landing. I think, boy, if I was a betting man, I think Brian just took the lead there on that one.
You would have bet correctly. 243 feet. So currently, Brian Steck in first place. Interesting, right? One of them did it on the takeoff. The other one did it on the landing. Now, Kyle Bushman coming in next, 141-foot takeoff. He's definitely the longest takeoff of this first bit.
Now watch, though, ladies and gentlemen, because you're in for a treat. The deck angle and the performance of this giant Backcountry Super Cub is unparalleled. Watch as he brings it in, those wheels completely screeching to a stop. Sub 150-foot landing for Kyle Bushman.
That was bonkers. And what I would like to do is I'd like to go back and compare empty weights of these airplanes? Because it is physically gigantic.
It is. It's imposing. If you parked the Backcountry Super Cub next to one of these Legend Cubs, it is a much larger aircraft, and it's impressive that it's able to do what it's doing at these STOL competitions and in the backcountry while we're having fun and getting rowdy.
Getting rowdy. Well, you can carry a lot of stuff in there, right?
Yeah.
Look at this now. 282 for Kyle Bushman up into second place.
Isn't that awesome? And now look at all these aircraft, and really what some of the things that I think are special about them is not only do they take off and land really short, not only are they super fun to fly, but they carry a load. That Backcountry Super Cub, that Legend Cub, let's imagine moose meat. Let's imagine some caribou in there. You're going to go out and hunt. There's no better way to access the wild than one of these aircraft right here. Load them up and go have fun.
Also, I got to give a lot of props, no pun intended, to Legend for their paint schemes.
Right?
Just beautiful airplanes.
Oh, absolutely. And Luke putting together another fantastic takeoff. A little bit less aggressive than his first one. I think maybe he's toning himself up mentally to prepare himself to get a better landing on this one. But that does keep the door open for Brian Steck to potentially extend his lead or retain it on this one.
And I'm looking at the flags, Corey. We're getting a fair amount of crosswind now.
Yeah, it's getting real. They're definitely parking on the left side of that runway.
Okay.
Wow.
All right. Brian Steck's like, you know what? You can do sub 100. I can do sub 100. Let's go.
Very, very good takeoffs here. And it's just one after the other. Now you can see Kyle Bushman actually angling his aircraft into that relative wind. That's going to give him a little bit of a competitive advantage, and he's going to need it. That engine is pulling probably about 500 or 600 more pounds than those Legends. Wow.
No way.
Wow. Ladies and gentlemen, this is fantastic flying in Wisconsin here today. What a treat.
So let's get real detailed about it. Luke Spornow, his takeoff was 85 feet. Brian Steck improving his score from 106 to 91. Kyle Bushman's score should be coming in any second now. His first takeoff was 141 feet, down to 115 feet.
Wow, improved his score quite a bit. Something that's kind of interesting about Kyle Bushman's first run, both his takeoff and landing was exactly 141 feet. Kind of fun. Okay.
Get it stopped.
You know, I'm wondering if Luke is having softer brakes today. They may be new. Maybe his brake pads are not fully effective, but usually he's coming in and that tail is riding a little bit higher and he is a little bit more aggressive on the braking, but we're not seeing that today this afternoon. Maybe it's the crosswind. I don't know. It'd be interesting when the cameras get to do the post-flight interview. We might be able to get some feedback on that.
Just a comment in social from Jeff Daly saying, Sodbusters is the show to be at. All the big names are here. You are absolutely correct. Hang in with us, folks, because after these big names, we've got even more big names.
Absolutely. And Brian Steck bringing in, and even though that was a fairly gentle landing, 150 foot under that, probably 147-ish, but man, if you had a 700-foot sandbar, he could take off and land 3-4 times.
Yeah, it was amazing. Think about the capability that gives you. We talk a lot about helicopters.
Yeah,
we don't need one of those.
Yeah, and one thing we're not seeing so far in the first two runs, we've seen 5 good landings in a row. These guys are skilled competitors, and these conditions are actually more challenging than this morning when we actually saw more DQs. So I don't know if they're not pushing as hard because of these conditions or they've just got it dialed in, Ryan.
Feels like they're dialed in to me.
Yeah, I agree.
It feels like they're dialed in. I also wonder about, is it more challenging because it's a crosswind, but then it's more consistent? Oh my
he
gosh.
held it off. Speaking of dialed in, Kyle Bushman, an absolute barn burner of a landing right there. Holy smokes.
Look at that with Kyle Bushman. I love watching him fly. I actually have a memory popped up in Facebook recently for me of watching him and Austin Clemens do an impromptu slow flight competition a few thousand feet up above Hartford. And they were basically hovering. Just
unbelievable.
Zero ground speed above Hartford last year at Sodbusters.
Oh my gosh, that would have been so much fun to see. I should have come last year. Okay, here comes Luke. Now, he has got to be feeling it, but look at these scores, Ryan.
Yeah, Luke's back in the lead now, 231. Brian Steck just a few feet behind him, 7 feet to be exact, with 238 feet. And Kyle Bushman improving his score by 20 whole feet at 262. Remember, we have 3 more aircraft that are going to be competing against them. So even though they are healthily in the lead, let's say ahead of Kyle right now, it's no one's match yet. Anyone's game.
Every single run so far in this class has been an improvement, and we have just seen it again here today with Luke throwing down the venerable gauntlet with probably a 70-ish or a 68-foot run there on that takeoff. And here's this man, Brian Steck. He saw that takeoff. He's got to be aggressive on this one.
He's got to be feeling it. And it was interesting. Yesterday in practice, I talked to him. I was like, hey, how's it going? He's like, oh, it's like feeling a little heavy. It's feeling a little, I got to get it tuned in right. I'm curious how he got that dialed in for today. Here he goes. Short also, but that right main hanging on to the ground a little bit longer.
But I'm actually seeing the judges, from my perspective, it looked like it was over 100 feet. There looks to be some confusion because that left wheel left the ground, but the right wheel rolled down a little bit.
Correct.
So they're debating it over there. This will be an interesting one to see what number comes. Is it 105 or is it 75? Oh, wow. It's so amazing to watch Kyle Bushman fly that fluorescent green mark on his tire and how slowly it's rotating. It's just a testament. These airplanes are flying slow, ladies and gentlemen. It'd be very interesting to talk to Kyle to see if we could get some information as to how slow he's able to fly that airplane. I'm guessing it's in the low 30s to maybe even the high 20 miles per hour, which is crazy for an aircraft that heavy. And when I mean heavy, it's just big.
It's just big.
Look at Luke just putting on a show. Very consistent in his landings. Every single time getting better and better. And I think he's even improved a little bit on that one, or maybe right at it.
It'll be interesting to see, by the way. There's a little sub-competition that happens with the MOAC pilots. Whoever wins a given competition gets to wear Golden Lift Aviation shoes.
Yeah, that's fun.
So we'll see who wins the shoes between the two of them.
I did hear a little bit of razzing going on at lunch between the two. Somebody, while I was in line right next to Brian Steck, came right up to him and asked him point blank, "Are you going home with the shoes, brother?" And he said, "I don't know. We'll see."
Let's find out. Here he comes.
This is it. His last chance to get those.
With the reverse. With the reverse.
What a treat from Brian Steck. I had no idea.
Saving it up. Wow.
Laying down the short landing on the last and final opportunity. Let's look at the numbers. 87 feet from Brian Steck.
What?
Oh my gosh. That puts him in at 137 feet combined. Wait, that was landing one. That was 185 feet combined.
185 feet. So that's good for the golden shoes.
Wow.
Luke Sporer, best run 206.
Let's not count out Kyle Bushman. I just love watching him nail that line every time. Right there, about 154 feet or so. Beautiful landing from Kyle Bushman. What an absolute great way to start the afternoon here in the adventure class.
That was super intense. I don't even know how I'm going to handle the rest of today.
Unbelievable.
That was something else.
We had lead changes. We had a perfect round. We had no disqualifications in that class. Interesting. Now, to finish the adventure class, we've got now some really fun competitors coming up on the line. But it is interesting, in spite of these challenging conditions this afternoon, that nobody DQ'd on that one. I'm really interested to hear from Luke and Brian and Kyle in the post-flight interviews that we're able to play a little bit later.
So now let's introduce the second half of the adventure class to you. In this first dark green Bush Air aircraft, it's C.C. Pocock in the 1952 170B, all the way from Nevada, everybody. C.C. Pocock, give him a round of applause.
Yeah, this is a really unique aircraft. He has taken this out of the certified aircraft category and made it experimental. If you take a look at this aircraft, you're seeing all sorts of mods. He's lengthened the ailerons, the flaps. He's got slats. He's got a different motor mount to change the way the thrust works. He's got a modified propeller. This 170B has Acme shocks on it. It has got just about every single thing you could possibly do to an aircraft. C.C. Pocock has come to play.
Next up, all the way from Wasilla, Alaska, it's Keith Lang in a 1951 Piper Super Cub.
One of our actual bush pilots, flies in the Alaska wilderness. He's no stranger to having moose meat in the back of his aircraft. This is one of our crowd favorites, one of my favorite pilots, because this is one of the Valdez competitors that you'll see fly down all the way from Alaska to mix it up down here in the lower 48 for us. Let's hear it, ladies and gentlemen, for Mr. Keith Lang.
Keith Lang, third place at Valdez this year.
Fantastic. Always a very consistent performer. I'm excited to see him. Always a good attitude in the pits and always helping everybody out. Just a fun person. And he's just a skilled pilot. So I love it. And now we have a real treat for you.
This thing is insane.
I had an opportunity to fly alongside this aircraft the last couple of days, playing along the way to Oshkosh and here in Hartford. Look at Shane Madsen's absolute glorious creation. This is a guy who builds these aircraft professionally. He's a master craftsman. He's the mad scientist behind Shane's Mad Custom Cubs. It is an absolute glorious piece of craftsmanship. He's right there in front of you, and he can see your waves and your cheers. Let's hear it from Mr. Shane Madsen, all the way from Canada.
I want to just ask you a question, Corey. On the sheet here, it says sponsors, Corey Robin. Bio, ask Corey.
So yesterday, he actually wasn't intending to compete. But I saw this airplane and I said, look, Shane, I know that you're not in competition mode, but your aircraft is stunning. It's
amazing.
Beautiful. It's got that big Werner radial engine on it, produces around 160 pounds or 160 horsepower. Yeah, I had a brain for it there. But yeah, it's an absolutely gorgeous aircraft. If you happen to be attending Oshkosh this year, go visit the Acme Aero booth. It'll be displayed there. It's absolutely stunning. And one thing I also want to mention about Shane Madsen while we're talking about him, if you want a museum quality backcountry aircraft, he is the man to talk to. Look him up on the internet. I am like one of his biggest fans. I was talking to him about this aircraft last year at Oshkosh before he even started building it, and he was telling me all of his ideas, and I've seen some of his former creations, but this one, he has literally broken the mold. It is beautiful. Honestly, I cannot wait to see it fly and showcase it for everybody here locally and also on the internet. I'm excited.
I'm just staring at it. I've never seen anything like it. I like that the paint scheme on our little sheet here says patina.
It's the rat rod of Super Cubs. Unbelievable. We had a fantastic day yesterday. Flew it into some wild backcountry strips, had a sandbar opportunity, and it is a performer. Look at the beautiful radial. It looks like it's out of the 1960s era when people were modifying race cars and taking them out on State Street and lighting their hair on fire.
I love it. I absolutely love it. Here's C.C. Pocock now. If you like the way he flies, like he wrote a book about it.
He did.
So you could buy the book. Hashtag not a sponsor, but he did write a book about bush flying.
Right, and he is also a backcountry instructor. So if you want to cut your teeth on all this stuff, he is a great resource. He teaches out of his hometown down just south of Las Vegas, Nevada. And you can sign up for a backcountry course in any aircraft that CC is, he can teach you in your aircraft, or he can teach you in his aircraft, is what I was trying to say. Here he goes. Wow. Now, one of the modifications that CC has made to that aircraft, and you heard that right after takeoff, he has nitrous oxide as a boost in his aircraft. You can see after takeoff, when he releases that nitrous, the RPMs come down dramatically.
Shift a little bit.
Yeah.
He said it's about 100 horsepower.
A boost,
A boost.
Yeah.
And then right during the lunch break, actually, we all heard a heavy hissing noise. And that was actually a problem with that nitrous.
Oh.
And guess who chimed in to save him? Hal Stockman coming over to help him repair it. Keith Langoff now really using the full width of that runway.
Yeah, he wanted to be pointed into that relative wind to try and eliminate as much of that crosswind as possible. There's a lot of physics and stuff going on here, and so that is a good way of doing it, but it's a lot more work. So there's some trade-offs, some give and go anytime you do a little bit more advanced technique. Now here's Shane Madsen. Listen to this aircraft. Yes.
Oh, I don't know. That sound made me feel things. Did that sound make you guys feel things? Kinda, right? Like a radio?
There's something
There's a couple
special
people looking
about
at
that.
me weird, like I'm weird, and there's a lot of people in the crowd who know exactly what I'm talking about. There's one guy in a black hat over there. He knows what I'm talking about. You have very nice arms, sir. You're putting in work, and I respect it. Okay. Anyway.
And Shane actually has never competed at a national STOL event. I just basically said, Shane, you got to come, put a smile on your face. You got to have fun, because I want the world to see your aircraft. Now here's CC Pocock.
Oh,
really working hard. As he was coming in, you heard him working that throttle, and it just wasn't enough.
Yeah, you get modulating that there, but you can kind of tell from here sometimes when it's not going to work out, and I think CC also knows. He knows when it's not going to work. He's not going to push it too hard. Who's next? We've got Keith Lang now coming in.
Keith in that beautiful white and red PA-18. It's a Super Cub against that beautiful Wisconsin sky. You can see he's got that aircraft angled into the wind a little bit. It's a testament to that crosswind. Oh my goodness.
Oh, all right, he got it
save.
over. You can touch the tail before the line. That is all good.
Yeah, that power, he saved it, so he does have a score. So that puts him on the board for this, but I think that cost him quite a bit. So they're going to have to dial this in. They're shaking out the bugs. That's the first round, but we still haven't seen a single disqualification in this class. Really interesting. Now here comes Shane Madsen. He's not in competition mode. It's more of an exhibition, but I know this guy all the way from Canada. He won't be happy unless he performs well. I want to be quiet because I want to listen to the thump, 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 because when this thing idles, it's just beautiful. I want to hear it. Oh, wow. Look at this thing come in. It just looks different with that big radial engine hanging out there.
Ray Powell on social says, Franken Cub, question mark? Kind of.
Maybe.
Yeah.
It's just a complete customization, and every inch is gorgeous. I think he's in the running for a Lindy at Oshkosh, to be quite candid with you.
Got that belly pod. We talk about Josh Richling and I have talked about this. I'm so obsessed with learning more about it that belly pod actually doesn't negatively affect the airframe, the aerodynamics. Something about the way it works on those Cubs that always actually helps. Just like it.
Yeah.
All right, we're getting ready for the next round of competition here. I want to talk about another one of our sponsors. We got to talk about Flight Outfitters. Flight Outfitters, they've got bags, knee boards, all sorts of accessories. They're all the items in the Flight Outfitters line are driven by the owner's enthusiasm for flying. You can pilot your own adventure over at Flight Outfitters. They actually have an exclusive National STOL jacket you can get now. I'm still waiting for mine, Eric. Eric from National Stols just off camera. But check it out, Flight Outfitters. We really appreciate them. They provide prizes for first through third place class winners. Check them out, flightoutfitters.com.
Yeah, it's fantastic gear, high quality. I just love it. I was able to pick up some of their stuff over at the Wayne America fly-in. It was just awesome. An excellent addition to my closet. Now here's CC. Didn't have such a great run on the first one. He's on the board, but I know he's not going to be happy with that performance. He is a fierce competitor. Let's listen to that nitrous oxide boost.
Let's listen to Hal Stockman's nitrous.
About 130 feet or so on that takeoff from CC Pocock.
And you can really hear the defined shift in pitch. If you're new to this and you're here, that nitrous, it's very defined. And he was only maybe, 20 feet off the ground when he disengages it?
Yeah. All right, here's Keith Lang in that beautiful Super Cub. Just effortlessly takes off at about 125 feet.
Keith Lang, by the way, has owned 27 different aircraft.
Wow, that
and
is a
flown
number.
over 60.
Wow, that is a number. 27 different airplanes as an owner. Here's Shane Matson. Oh. Wow. Sub 150 foot takeoff from Shane Matson there. That's a big improvement from his first takeoff, which came in at about 180 feet.
It's interesting to hear how much quieter that radial is, and then to see it, after seeing someone like CC take off with all the thunder.
Yeah,
and
yeah,
fire
absolutely.
and brimstone, right? And then you've got this older style.
Well, the radials, they run at a lower RPM typically, and that's why you're hearing the Harley effect. The la 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 la. I love it.
We just had the 120th anniversary of Harley Davidson here in Wisconsin a week ago.
Oh, wow. It's a good time for Shane Madsen to bring his Cub.
Oh, CC's got to hold it off again. He's a little deep in it.
Yeah, he's way deep. He's working so hard. And I know that he seems to be in his head a little bit. I know he's not going to be happy with that. When you get to the point where you have to put in so much control input in that last 150 yards, it is a challenge to keep things under control. CC's no stranger to being an advanced backcountry pilot, but it's a challenging field out there today.
Now comes Keith Lang in that Super Cub. It's Super Cub, kind of the quintessential bush plane, right?
Yeah,
it's
absolutely.
If you Googled bush plane, this is probably what would come up. And he's a scratch for Keith on that one.
Yeah, just a challenging afternoon. Now, it's an interesting thing. Now we're starting to see those DQs come into play. And I think it may have to do with what Brian, Luke, and Kyle Bushman did in the first round of this class, which they've absolutely dropped the gauntlet. We have not seen any change in the top three yet. And I don't know that we will.
Yeah, I don't know if we will either. I mean, one thing that just came over the head is our race control partner said, don't forget to look at the real variable winds. And yeah, the winds have kind of dropped back down. They're really variable in direction. I'm seeing right now 43 knots. That's probably not accurate, but 12 knots and then 4 knots or 2 knots, right? It's gusting and kind
the
of
direction is all over the place.
Yeah.
All the way from 216, I saw 240, 205. So the direction is crazy. Shane Madsen, it just is a beautiful airplane coming in. Just a treat to see that thing. I love it.
So right now, so far with this second heat, CC Pocock in at 294, which is enough for fourth place. Keith Lang's best so far, 353. And now Shane Madsen's on the board after that first scratch with 424. So nothing really unseating anything, like you said earlier, Corey. Nothing's really unseating anybody.
Yeah, I think I think we're seeing the conditions play an impact here, but maybe the competition being so fierce is also playing an impact, because I'm watching Cece here, and I'm usually seeing very characteristic, very smooth flying, but it's getting a little rowdy out there. He's really pushing. Now, listen as he throttles up. There'll be where it comes up, but then all of a sudden it'll increase in pitch just a little bit more, and then the same after he takes off, it'll also come down. That's that nitrous oxide boost.
Jeff, if you want to go first, you can come out, hold the beam the production van on the taxiway. That's all right.
Maybe pulled a little bit early there, but still a really great takeoff from CC Pocock there. Very consistent in his takeoffs, all right around between 120 to 145 feet or so. And Keith Lang really aggressive on the crosswind cheat there.
Yeah, look at that. It's almost coming right at us. And he's got to immediately drop that left wing down to turn away.
I don't know if that's going to be okay with the air boss. I'd like to hear some feedback on that, because I think he actually came inside that inside line there, so I'm not quite sure exactly what the feedback's going to be on that.
Yeah, and maybe. And now look, we have I think a little bit of a tailwind component now.
Yeah, absolutely.
Which is not great. That's going to push them further down the runway as they go.
Yeah, absolutely. A very distinct tailwind now. So we've got a quartering right tailwind.
And as we're waiting for them to come back around, Jeff Pohl and Austin Clemens have taxied out to get ready for their runoff for second and third place in the backcountry class. You can hear Jeff Pohl's Hartzell propeller just spinning around, built on honor there on the front of his plane. Speaking of Hartzell propeller, actually, first through third place winners at each event win entries into a drawing for our Hartzell Voyager prop at the end of the year. I didn't know this, Corey. I don't know if you knew this. The company actually traces history back to 1914 in a relationship between Orville Wright and Robert Hartzell.
Wow. All right, here's CC Pocock bringing it in. Unbelievable control.
Making those gear work.
Yeah, and that tailwind is really going to impact that score. I'm just looking at those flags on the approach end over there, and they are whipping around for that at that particular moment. But then on the other end, fairly calm. So we've got a lot of crazy swirling winds going on right now.
It took me a long time in my pilot training to realize that you could have winds going different directions on landing or takeoff. Like,
absolutely.
It's not contiguous. It could be that micro difference.
Oh,
and a scratch
Keith
for Keith
Lang.
with a big bounce, but he's got him locked up anyway.
Yeah, Keith is pushing. Great day for some STOL action. Now here is the Mad Cat Custom Cub, Shane Madsen, and the Werner-powered radial engine Super Cub. Absolutely gorgeous airplane. The big 35-inch bush wheels. Now, I love Shane's technique here as he comes in really low. This is one of the safest ways to get behind the power curve. If something happens where you have a stall, you just plop it down on the ground, no harm, no foul. Beautiful landing from Shane Madsen there. What a great demonstration of the capabilities of his custom radial-powered Super Cub. What a treat for us here in Wisconsin and also on the internet. I'm so glad he brought that airplane out to National
Dude,
STOL.
I already said what I think about how it sounds. So we all know where I'm at. So that's going to wrap up the adventure class. Let's go back to the scores for a second here. Looking at my sheet.
What a great afternoon. We're not seeing any change in the top three, Ryan.
No, that's right. In first place, presented by Legend Aircraft. Speak of the devil, Brian Steck in a Legend Aircraft with 185. Luke Spohr, 206, right behind him in another Legend. Kyle Bushman, 254. CeCe Pocock, 294. Keith Lang, 353. And Shane Madsen, who won our hearts in sixth place with 424.
Absolutely. Now, all these gentlemen are on social media. Feel free to look them up. They all have fantastic photos and good information, and they're also very accessible. Every one of these pilots are extending an open hand to welcome you into the family. And let's also recap the backcountry class scores from earlier today for those just joining, because we had a fantastic round of competition this morning.
That's right. So backcountry class, you're about to see a runoff, and here's why. Micah Lindstrom in first place with 246. He was trading positions all morning with Jeff Pohl and Austin Clemens. Well, guess what? Jeff Pohl, Austin Clemens tied for second place with 254 feet apiece. That's in the Cessna 170 for Jeff Pohl and the Husky for Austin Clemens. Now, what happens when that happens? We got to have a runoff, and that's what we're about to do right now. So my understanding is that the pilot, I think this is the first time in National STOL history that we've had to do this. They're going to go up to the line. They're going to give you 3 takeoffs, 3 landings. Whoever gets the best score, whoever gets the smallest number in there, is going to be declared the second place winner.
So let me ask you this, Ryan, and we might need direction from the booth. Once that score comes in, it's not necessarily going to change the number of their earlier scores. This is simply to determine placing. So their score of it's not on the board anymore, of 154 feet or whatever it was, that will stay the same. This is simply to determine who's getting second and third place.
You are absolutely correct. So they both have 254 feet. Now we need to just know Austin Clemens is giving us a big thumbs up. He's feeling confident with that MT prop on the front. And the growling Husky on the tail. Yes, 254 feet is going to stand. This just tells us who to give which trophy to.
This is really going to be fun. I know both of them want it. This is not something to just throw away. These guys are going to have their teeth out.
Yeah, this is really super cool. And I just also heard that because of the uniqueness of this situation, Race Control is actually going to call out their scores to them.
Oh, so they know.
They're going to know what they did and who else, like Jeff will know what Austin did and vice versa.
I'd like to hear
really
that.
exciting.
So maybe if the booth, go ahead and bring up the Air Boss when they're calling those things out. That'll be interesting for the crowd to hear and online.
All right, everyone. First ever National STOL history runoff. Let's hear it. Let's get pumped.
Jeff Pohl in the wingtip extended Cessna 170B. He's lined up on the line. I imagine the things that are going through his head right now is, I have to do well. This is nothing to shake a stick at. This is Austin Clemens. He is a consummate professional. Don't let his age fool you. Austin Clemens is a fantastically skilled pilot, comes from a history of aviators in his family. And here's Jeff Pohl, very aggressive on the takeoff. Wow, what a fantastic. Now that crosswind that brought his right wing up is going to cost him probably about 20 to 25 feet there on that takeoff. Oh, that's going to be a heartbreaker, because this man is not going to make that mistake, maybe. But this is amazing. Here we go. Yeah, that'll do it. So right now, Austin definitely has the competitive advantage. About Probably about 25 to 30 foot spread on that takeoff. That is a huge handicap that Jeff Pohl needs to make up here. Let's go to the Air Boss for. Are they going to read the scores now or later?
I think they're going to read scores after each run. But I think what I was going to say, don't forget that the big thing that Austin has coming is that reverse pitch prop.
Yeah, it is a challenge for Jeff Pohl. But, he's no. You can't shirk this. This is going to be an interesting round. It might go back and forth. These conditions have changed a little bit from this morning. It's a little bit more challenging. From the left, Jeff Pohl in Dirty Bird, one of the crowd favorite aircraft. Fans, if you're here on the grounds, visit his aircraft. He loves giving away his stickers and decals. He's a great person to visit, wants to answer your questions and engage with you. Here he is. This is where it happens.
I feel like I just need to hold my breath for this whole round.
I tell you what, you are not wrong, Ryan. This is exciting competition today. What a fun sport we've discovered here.
Oh. Okay, so not going to be happy about that one.
Little passive on that. I didn't see a lot of movement on his. He didn't come up on the throttle, didn't even try to save it. Maybe he thought he had it. I'm not quite sure what happened there, but this opens the door completely wide open for Austin.
Already here, Austin hanging it out. Bit higher than I'm used to seeing him.
Unbelievable.
Okay. Austin now really setting the bar. Hey, Jeff, what do you think of this?
And, like you said before, Jeff did stop short so we could watch Austin's landing.
Wanted
now
to
he
see
has
where it
an
was.
idea of what just happened.
You guys can go to Air Boss whenever.
So far, it's looking very good for Austin Clemens. If it was just one round only, he'd take that spot right away from Jeff Pohl. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. It's the Dirty Bird. Let's listen to that 170B roar to life. That was long. It felt really long to me.
It did feel long to me, yeah. It felt long.
Look at the flags over there right where he rotated.
You've got a tailwind.
Yep.
Like a crosswind / tailwind
Yep.
component there. I don't think it could
Very
be any more
interesting.
challenging conditions than right now for this.
Very interesting conditions right now. Now Austin Clemens getting a little bit more calm winds. I'm watching those same flags, not doing the tailwind thing. Seems like the conditions are also favoring Austin Clemens because those flags were not quite the tailwind. They were still cross, but not quite the tailwind that Jeff Pohl had on his takeoff.
Didn't know that Austin also had Wind Whisperer on his resume.
Yes.
Just like whispering to the wind and making
Yes.
it work in his favor,
Hey,
the
Jeff,
little mill winds we have.
You'll have to do the 747 pattern. Thanks, I didn't want to say that.
And race control to Jeff. Your takeoff was 202 feet. Austin, your takeoff was 148 feet.
There you go, right from the boss himself in the booth. Now, Jeff is he knows that he has a big hill to climb. He's going to have to throw down a fantastic score. Now, we're used to seeing these guys in the sub 100s, but it's a testament to how difficult these conditions are that they're making it out to 150, 125 feet. Here we go from the left. Jeff Pohl settling into a very nice approach. Now, as you watch the tail surfaces. It's a testament to how much he's working in that cockpit. You don't necessarily want to use the aileron so much when you're really slow, so watch that rudder, watch that elevator.
Okay, good over the line.
Yeah, we got a good landing from
Heavy on the
Lacey.
brakes, heavy on the brakes.
Very good. You know, the skill level that we're seeing demonstrated is impressive. We're watching pilots do amazing things with these aircraft in challenging conditions. I am absolutely loving this. Here's Austin. Let's listen to the thrust reversers. Oh, he missed it.
Didn't quite work.
Oh, he missed it. Oh, no.
Now it's getting really interesting.
Oh, no.
It
It's
didn't
on.
work for him. Didn't get it engaged correctly.
Wow, that is a change of events. That round will be going to Dirty Bird.
So we've talked about that before, Corey, right? The workload for the pilot with that thrust reversing mechanism is incredibly high. And that is why it hasn't been deemed a silver bullet, because there is great risk and obviously great reward.
He's got to hold a button, get the throttle. He's got to get the RPMs down. I don't know if the RPMs came down enough to allow that reverser button to actually engage, because there's a lot of safety involved here. That's a very well-designed reverse prop system. And so unless you get the throttle down to a particular RPM, it will not engage. And so I'm assuming that might have been what happened there, because you heard him come up on the throttle, but the reverse pitch did not come into play.
Didn't engage. He just ended up pushing himself further down the runway.
Yeah. And he knew, too. He didn't even bother stopping.
Quick announcement while we do this. We need the sport pilots, the sport class pilots, to report to their aircraft to prepare for their class. Also, Brian Steck. Brian Steck, you need to go to your airplane. It needs to be moved for another pilot. Here goes Jeff Pohl getting that tail up.
Oh,
okay,
wow.
Sub 150 feet.
That is a good takeoff for Jeff Pohl. I think this may be just the round that sets the podium for today. Here we go with Austin Clemens in his Husky. I love this stuff. Definitely.
Here comes Austin. Oh, just barely over 100 feet.
Wow, that was a great takeoff. That is making it very difficult for Jeff Pohl. So if you're looking at the line, they need to make up that distance from about that 105-foot mark all the way to the 150-foot mark. That's how much shorter Jeff has to land on this one in order to take that second place prize.
Noticing out our booth here, Corey. Check this out. Who's that? Michael
Race
Lindstrom.
control to Jeff. Your takeoff is 146 feet, and Austin, your takeoff is 102 feet.
Michael Lindstrom sitting here. He's in first place, but he's sitting watching this. He really wants to know. He's really good friends with both of these guys. Really wants to know how it's going to end up. And I think also in a situation like this, you want to learn for next time. You don't get to watch your competitors from the sideline in the same way.
Absolutely. That's not something Micah normally gets to do. He's normally in the cockpit for these performers. But here we go. Jeff has it. This is it. He has to put it down. All the pressure is on.
Oh, I don't know.
Oh, no.
Oh, Lexi called it a scratch.
So what that means, Ryan, is I think we might be safe to say, well, it's under review.
It's under review right now. They're going frame by frame.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, definitely a scratch. You
Good
called
call.
it correctly. After review, that one from Jeff Pohl is a scratch. Here's Austin Clemens now.
Looks
coming
like
in on
our
short
second
final.
place winner, Ryan, right there. Austin Clemens. Beautiful landing in his Husky. Got the thrust reversers in. All right. Great job
That
from
was
Austin
amazing.
Clemens. Fantastic. We're going to wait for official word, but man, oh man, was that a fantastic runoff. Austin Clemens likely taking the second place position. We'll wait for official results, but man, oh man, it does not get better than this. we're watching the replay on the live stream, and it was definitely a good landing for Austin, securing his great scores for that runoff round, and with style.
All right, so we're hearing back from race control. Austin won 2 out of 3 of those rounds with a best score of 219 feet combined, which is an improvement from this morning. So, if I'm not mistaken, the runoff, second place, over to Austin Clemens.
That is such a fantastic result. Not necessarily unexpected, but not expected either, because both of these guys are always consistently amazing at all these conditions. What a great time to have the very first runoff. And it was so good. Jeff was really working hard. You can tell he's still learning that big wing.
Right.
I don't know if he's happy with it, to be honest with you. I'm sensing that he's challenged by it. It might be just it's got such dramatically different flight characteristics that he's just not used to it, so his technique is completely different.
Sure.
But he's a seasoned competitor, and honestly, his numbers might have been slightly better before that modification.
Yeah, I think you might be right, and I think that's something he's going to have to look at as we go throughout the season, right? We need to know how he's going to learn and practice. He said to me this morning, he's like, dude, I just got to practice more. So I think he's feeling confident, maybe on the intellectual decision to make the modifications. Now he's just got to proficientize himself.
Right.
Making up a word there, but he needs to get more proficient with those again. Now we are headed over to the sport class.
And here we have a fun airplane to look at. It's Miss America. It's made by World Aircraft. It's a Vision. He's from Burlington, Wisconsin. In Miss America, he's on the ground. He can see you, Mr. Gary Varga. Let's hear it for him. Kind of a fun airplane to join the STOL. This is not traditionally a STOL airplane, but a very fun airplane to watch. Gary's a great pilot, fun to watch as well. Very exciting. And it takes a little bit of work, I'm told, to bring that aircraft in and do a STOL landing. So it'll be exciting to watch him. We have a great sport class lineup.
So that's Gary Varga, everybody, from Burlington, Wisconsin. And up next, Jacob Weber in the Piper J3 Cubby. So technically a home-built, a WAG Aero version of the Cub. Here he comes. We had to, at Hartford, as you know, home of the Cub Club, home to the Piper Cub Flight School as well. We had to have at least one Piper Cub.
Yeah, you know, and one time back in the day, I had a chance to do a competition, just a fun one, between a traditional old school Piper Cub and my Carbon Cub, and I got to tell you, he beat me.
Yeah, I mean, they're still very capable.
They're
By the way,
airplanes.
This is Jacob Weber, 1990 era Piper J3 Cubby from Hartford, Wisconsin. What do you think of that, Hartford? Yeah, there we go. Yeah. Get pumped, Hartford. Awesome. Can't wait to see what Jacob Weber does. Up next behind him, it's the rookie of rookies, the rookiest. I don't know what I'm trying to say. It's a guy who never gives up. Never gives up.
I'm telling you, the hardest working man on the STOL circuit today. Maybe less the likes of Jason Bussat, Hal Stockman, and Steve Henry, but this is a guy who came from zero to hero, brand new pilot. I think he's seasoned at this point, in my opinion. He's definitely got the skills, definitely got the chops. All the way from Sloan Springs, Arkansas, in the Zenith 750 STOL, Mr. Justin Tisdale. Very fun. You know, he had his airplane completely apart this last couple of weeks. Changed the whole engine out, just finished a couple of days ago. He live streamed most of his work, So if you're on Facebook and you want to see, just get a sneak peek into the kind of the back end of what it takes to come out and compete in National STOL, you can go watch those videos. Pretty cool.
Yeah, I think he was putting 24 hours in at a time sometimes.
Man, live streamed the whole thing.
Let's look at the sport class lineup. So right now, we've already introduced to you Gary Varga, Jacob Weber, and Justin Tisdale. Then, in the next heat, Corey.
Yeah, we've also got Nick Ardillo in that Cub Crafters SS, very light aircraft, followed by Evil Knievel himself. We call him that because of the way he flies, Mr. Colin Knieva. Super fun competitor, one of the most crowd favorite and pilot favorites and announcer favorites on the circuit. And in a Just Highlander, almost a brand new aircraft, a 2020 Just Highlander. And I didn't get the name.
That's Dennis Rowe in the Highlander, and then Patrick McIntyre, who won the rookie class at STOL, say that 3 times fast, can no longer be a rookie.
So
he
now?
didn't fly like a rookie. So he's in the sport class now, bringing up the rear in that Rans S7 from Lincoln, Nebraska. So we're going to meet them in a second when we fly the hotel flight. But right now we're at golf flight with Gary, Jacob, and Justin.
It's going to be a fun afternoon. These competitors are all such good friends with one another. We're having dinner with them. We're having drinks. We're having a great time at Rock the Ramp, #RockTheRamp. If you haven't had a chance to attend the pre-Oshkosh Bash of the year, it is Rock the Ramp. Check it out. But here we go. Miss America, Gary Varga. What a fun-looking airplane. Just Americana personified in the airframe.
You know, while they get ready to go, Corey, I'm wondering if you could help me talk about one of our sponsors.
Oh, yeah. Let's do FlightHelmets.com.
This is FlightHelmet.com. This is a helmet from FlightHelmet.com. And they are a great supporter of National STOL, and they specialize in the sales and service of flight helmets. I think Corey's actually going to try to put it on here. We got a flight helmet, comms equipment, flight clothing, safety and survival equipment. They're full-service, independent helmet company, and you can get $50 off, actually. Here goes Gary Varga now. Look at how that fits. The reason why you do it instead of me is because your head looks better in helmets than mine does. You can get $50 off a helmet using code NSTOL, NSTOL 50. NSTOL 50, $50 off a helmet from FlightHelmet.com. You can fly with safety and comfort. Leave the noise behind. FlightHelmet.com. Yeah. Love that thing.
Very comfortable helmet. I'm glad I tried that on. I might have to go to FlightHelmet.com myself. All right, Jacob Weber, your hometown favorite. Sub 150 feet. Very respectable for an old school Cub. Bringing the classics to life here in Hartford, Wisconsin. Beautiful. Now,
that's an 85 horsepower Cub. I want to put that in perspective.
Okay, a little
just
more.
85 horse.
Yeah, a little more horsepower in this one from Justin Tisdale.
Yeah, he's running a Viking. Oh, saved it from popping back down there with Justin. He has improved. You said this earlier, Corey, and I just want to concur. He has improved so much over the course of the last few matches and meets.
Competition, he is an improvement, and not just in his piloting skill. Now he's starting to get into more of a mentoring phase, which I'm really enjoying seeing. The other pilots are coming up to him, and he's had so much unique experience this last year, really, that he is now, in my book, a competitor who is seasoned.
Totally agree. Yeah, by the end of the season here, it'll be really interesting to see how far he's come. He joked at the very beginning of this season, I think it was at Outlaw STOL in the desert.
Yep.
He's like, I actually just want to be the most improved at the end of the season, and I think he's on track for that.
Yeah. Very well liked, really good guy, has a great Instagram, has a great YouTube presence. If you want to find him on social media, it's definitely easy to find him on there. Super, super fun. Now, Miss America, piloted by Gary Varga, really fun airplane to watch from Burlington, Wisconsin. He's just going to lock up the brakes and just squeal it across the grass.
Saw some directional, some lateral yaw things happening at first, but he got it under control.
Yeah, it's challenging conditions out there. Look at those flags, ladies and gentlemen. You look at the left and they're facing one way. You look at the right and they're facing a different direction. And so in a matter of about 4 or 5 seconds, these pilots are facing completely different wind conditions.
Jacob Weber now in the Piper J3 Cubby from Hartford, Wisconsin. I need another hoop and holler for that. Holding it off. Oh, beautiful tail 3-point landing, but he definitely gave up about 400 feet.
Yeah, definitely
That's
did.
That's all right. He's from Hartford. We don't care.
Yeah, we just want him to show up and have a great time. Now, this man, Justin Tisdale, we've been talking him up all round long. It's just so much fun to watch this silver and white airplane. Very thick airfoil, too, which is very interesting. Just a very high lift.
Yeah, we see the zeniths a fair amount on the circuit, and there's always that discussion, and I'm actually surprised it hasn't come up today yet. It's like, who has the advantage, the tail dragger or the nose dragger? And the zeniths make the case for a nose wheel really strongly. Woo, hitting hard. Getting it balanced there. Oh.
Yeah, his front tire is completely flat, giving him a problem with his directional control. He's going to have to probably go into the pits and get that resolved. I wonder if one of the air bosses can communicate that to him. That was a little bit rowdy. I know he feels it.
Yeah, he should feel it by now as he's turning around on it.
Whew. Great job by Justin Tisdale working it out with a completely flat front bush wheel. He's leaning out the cockpit to see what's going on, checking it out. He knows.
Yeah, it's got to feel wrong right on the rudder pedals by now.
Absolutely. Just a testament to the capabilities, and he's just been through it. He's had a dead stick landing already. He's had lots of directional malfunctions. He's had lots of mechanical issues, and so he's just been dealing with all sorts of things, and he has so much knowledge and skill now that it's amazing.
Hearing from race control, he said he's operating at really low PSI, so he pulled over, and it does appear to be the proper shape now. So he pulled over to check it out. They're passing by all these other pilots to inspect it. I wonder if what we saw was just like all the compression.
Right, and the grass does eat some of it, so from our perspective, it might look flat. I mean, look at all these other tires. They all kind of look flat on the grass, but that one looked really flat.
It did look really flat. I'm curious.
I wonder if that right crosswind is what brought up that right wing. I'm not quite sure. You know, I focused myself. I tunneled on that tire, but maybe it was the wind conditions. Who knows? But here's Gary Varga.
Gary Varga's combined score last round, 578. Jacob Weber in the J3 Cubby with a combined score of 637, and Tisdale with 407. Just remember, folks, Jacob Weber can hear you with that door open. He'll be able to hear you when he comes back around. Make sure to cheer for him.
Golf 3, go.
And he's off safely. The wheel's looking good from our position now, so we'll see what happens as it comes around. Gary Varga now on left base. To your left there. Gary Varga, another one that's seen a lot of improvement over the course of the season. I think we saw him for the first time here at Hartford last year. And he definitely worked hard to improve more and more and more.
Absolutely fun to watch. He's coming in quite a bit quicker than the other pilots. You can see that. It's definitely not a slow flying airplane, but it's amazing the capabilities. And it's also, like I keep saying over and over, it's a testament that you can bring what you currently fly to National STOL.
Yeah, absolutely. And I actually feel like that was some of the feedback that he got last year, was that he was coming in too slow. Some people joked about him doing his best Steve Henry approach. And so hearing the more seasoned competitors go to him and say, hey, you got to bring your speed up a little bit. We're good over the line for our Hartford local.
Much better landing for him this time.
Oh! And we have a prop strike.
Except for that part.
So everyone obviously remain calm. He's okay. He's hopping out. They're going to run out and help him get off the runway. And this will mean a go around for Tisdale, and he'll be circling off in the distance while we get the runway cleared. They're going to get that Cub off the runway. That is a danger and obviously harder. I don't know if that Cubby has toe brakes or not. A lot of the Cubs have heel brakes, and it makes braking like this a little more difficult to know where you're at.
Yeah, heartbreaker for Jacob there. We're watching on the live replay to see exactly what happened, and it just looked like his brakes just locked up on him right there at the last minute, just stopped.
Yeah, and they're pushing it over to the hangar there to get it sorted out. You know, one thing that is maybe a weird thing to talk about, but you have to look at, as a tailwheel pilot, one of the things that always occurred to me as I was learning to wheel land was like, oh man, I feel like you have to push the nose forward, right? I always feel like I was gonna nose over. Look at how high the tail needs to be to actually
nose
get
over.
a prop
Yeah,
strike.
it's dramatic.
Get a nose over there. I mean, that's definitely a heartbreaker for him though, for Jacob. Let's give a round of applause for Jacob though, for local, kind of putting it out on the line there for you guys. So now, to reassess where we're at, Gary Vargas in holding. Justin Tisdale now low and to your left, coming in for his approach after holding safely off in the distance. Held it off. Both of those rear wheels just totally locked. Working that nose gear. Okay, so now where does that put us? Where does that put us heading into the third round of this first heat of sport class? Right now, Justin Tisdale, lowest score of 407. Second place is Jacob Weber, because we did measure from where he stopped. So Jacob Weber, second place currently with 472. And then 578 for Miss America, piloted by Gary Varga, who's taking off right now. So I think the other part of it, thinking about today, and I was thinking about Gary Varga last year compared to this year. We had, if I remember correctly, we had a lot more wind last year. So that might have been also what was contributing to his slower ground speeds. But I think that was feedback, was like, hey, keep that nose down, keep some speed. And so now he's dialing it in. Here's Justin Tisdale now with that Viking engine roaring. And he had the wheels locked up at a certain point there. Did you see that?
Yeah, it was really interesting. I'd like to talk to him about that. I wonder if he inadvertently was braking, or maybe he needed more directional control. That might have been it as well.
Gungan Works in social says, and just like that, he unmade the case for nose draggers. Okay, that was a little brutal.
I don't know if that second place trophy is going to be much of a consolation prize if that ends up to be the case for poor Jacob there, but I don't know that it will, because we do have some competitors coming up that are pretty dang short when it comes to taking off and landing.
I was going to say, up next in the sport class, you're going to see a bunch of Cub Crafters SSs, Nick Ardillo and Colin Caneva. They're going to, Colin Caneva, I've put down 50-foot takeoffs in the right conditions. Dennis Rowe in that Highlander, Patrick McIntyre in the Ranza 7. Scratch for Gary Varga on that one, and he's just going to roll it out. And again, if you're listening, competitors, never just roll it out, because there are so many other things that you can win for if you get heavy on the brakes and get it stopped. We want to measure you, so never let it roll out. That's my little backseat competitive piece of feedback.
It's good advice, Ryan, because there are opportunities to get additional trophies. I wouldn't mind winning Mr. Consistent. That sounds like a fun one.
Mr. Consistent. Hi, I'm Corey. I'm Mr. Consistent.
Hello, my name is Corey, and I'm Captain Consistent.
Captain Consistent. You just gave yourself a promotion.
I just upgrade, That's what I do. I self-upgrade. Justin getting nice and low with his approach here. He's going to be very aggressive, it looks like, on this one. He's going to get it dialed in, settled in. He's working on those speeds. Now, at this point, he's just got to get it past the line. He's working very hard to get there. And no. A heartbreaker for Justin Tisdale on that one. But he's been putting in fantastic numbers. Very good for him. And it's been a little bit rowdy. I feel like this round was rowdy.
By definition. by definition, rowdy. We had the what's going on with Justin's tire.
Yeah.
We had the whoops. There goes Jacob's prop.
Yeah, and Miss America bouncing him in.
Yeah,
it's so much fun to watch.
All right, let's get ready for the second half of the sport class. As we head in, I would expect, I hate to say it, but based on the aircraft and the competitors coming up, I would expect this could change. Right now, Justin Tisdale holding on to first place with 407. Jacob Weber. Wait a minute. I'm reading you the wrong numbers. Actually, in first place. I need to go back to race control because I'm confused about the numbers I'm seeing. While I do that, let's roll an interview with Nick Ardillo.
All right, here with Nick, National STOL fans, and you started as a rookie, and you didn't want to be on camera, and now you're on the camera. Tell me what's going on inside.
I kind of got the bug. Went to Swamp STOL in March and had a good time there. And then Colin Caneva invited me up to Wayne America Fly-In. Went up there and got even better. And my mom, I told my mom, hey, I'm going to Hartford. Wisconsin, and she said, well, you got the bug now, don't you? And I said, yeah, I guess so. This is my third event. I still consider myself a rookie, slowly getting better and progressing.
I was talking with you earlier, and you said you did a lot of performance mods on this thing. So how are you financing this right now?
Working for a living. Yeah, we did some upgrades to it. We put, Trey Hayden, mechanic, his son Chad Hayden, does a lot of work with Cup Crafters, and told Trey I wanted to put 31s on it after Wayne, and so I got the Acme shocks on the front. I got the 31-inch Alaskan bush wheels on, and then we put an Acme Stinger in the back. So it's I'm really liking it. I'm still getting used to it coming off of my 26-inch tires, but I'm really enjoying them.
Are you seeing a big difference in the numbers?
I haven't had a lot of wind yet to figure out. I've been practicing. I got here early. I got here Tuesday, and I did some practice. Then we had some days we didn't fly because it was too windy. But I still need, a nice steady 10-knot headwind to be able to get some comparison. We did add a little weight to the airplane because of the Alaska bush wheels weigh a little bit more than the 26s. These are 31-inch tires. This community is really nice. They give me a lot of pointers, a lot of help. And Colin Caneva, I'd never met him before, and I saw him at Lone Star 3 years ago. And I decided to get a Carbon Cub, and then I friended him on Facebook and just started asking him questions. And he started answering me. He's like, hey, when did you feel comfortable with enough time in the airplane to start dumping your flaps on short final, or 5 feet above the ground? And when did you become comfortable landing with the brakes on? So he eased into that, and he's been kind of a mentor towards me and really helped me out a lot.
Shout out to Colin Caneva. All right, well, good luck at tomorrow's competition. Back to you, Ryan.
All right, thank you so much, Reese Dockhand, for that great interview with Nick Ardillo. I want to recap the scores real quick since we had some confusion our end about that. Right now, actually, currently in first place with the prop strike is Jacob Weber. That was his first place run with 397. Second place with 407 is Justin Tisdale. And third place currently, Gary Varga with 578. Let's give you the lineup for the hotel heat. Here, up front, in front of you right now, Nick Ardillo in a 2014 Cub Crafters SS all the way from Dallas, Texas. Give him a round of applause.
Yeah, Nick is such a great competitor. Had a great opportunity to talk to him at the Wayne America Fly-In where he was talking about maybe upgrading his tires. He's got a new tail wheel stinger. Lots of new mods on this airplane, so let's see if he's able to ring it out. Nick Ardillo, one of the great new competitors here at National STOL. So excited to see him fly today. And this man up next, Mr. Colin Caneva. I actually have a special message from the cockpit from Colin. So let's go ahead and play that. Here we go.
Hey, Corey. This is Colin coming live from the cockpit. I just started my plane. I'm in the next heat. Just want to tell everybody thank you for coming out. And I know it's late in the day, but I really hope they have some loud cheers and some claps and rumbles for all of us out here flying in this warm, bumpy air. It's going to be a fun one. And following us is the Unlimiteds. They're really going to have a good time.
All right, that's from the cockpit, Colin Caneva. He's on the ground. He can see you. Let's give him a round of applause from Lincoln, Nebraska in a 2011 Cub Crafters SS. Evil Caneva. What a fun competitor.
Next up, coming up in the white and green 2020 Just Highlander from Vandergrift, Pennsylvania. It's Dennis Rowe, who just turned off his engine. Well, he's getting that sorted out. Let's go to another interview with Reese Dockhand with CC Pocock.
Welcome back, National STOL fans. We're here in the pits with CC Pocock. You had a little issue earlier. Talk about it.
Well, the nitrous bottle's blowdown valve, the safety valve, blew at a very low pressure. I was trying to get the pressure up to about 1,000 psi, and it blew at about 900. It's only supposed to go at about 1,400 pounds. It was a faulty valve, so I lost all my nitrous, and it pretty much put me out of the game. But then, fortunately, Hal Stockman came to the rescue, and he borrowed me a 10-pound bottle of nitrous, so I was back in the game.
Back in the game, the nitrous was actually fixed in the pits.
My toughest competitors, obviously, I'm running a heavy Cessna 170 here, and the tough competitors for me is the Moax.
Oh man, we're here. Luke, the Moac, the legend Cubs. You know him, you love him. How was it out there?
Terrible. Terrible. That crosswind screwed us so hard.
Oh, the crosswind. Yeah, the winds are definitely challenging. It's switching it up out there. But talk to us about the brakes and the stopping power here.
Well, I would, but I don't think my brakes are working very well.
Brian Steck, the conditions were challenging. The weight, the ballast is there. What was happening out there?
Man, it's just the winds were really weird, and I knew I was going to have good competition with Luke. He's I think in my head, I've got my small tires on here. Should have had my 31s on, but we'll see how it turns out. He's all great competition. Kyle's freaking awesome. I love Kyle, and he's got some other great competition out there. Well, hopefully we did okay.
Definitely have some heavy hitters now. You went the smaller tires. Was there a strategy to go with the smaller tires?
That's a timing. So when I leave here, I'm going to Oshkosh for the STOL demo, and then I have 1 week when I get home to get my plane ready and get it to Reno, because I got to drop it off at Reno because I'm going out of the country, and I'm literally flying from out of the country into Reno the day that I have to be there. So I have to have my plane there early. So I knew I wasn't going to have time to get the small tires on then for STOL drag, and so I just left the small ones on. I don't know if it's going to be enough or not. We'll see.
Were you locking it up out there, or how was the stopping power?
I couldn't. I mean, I love the MT prop, the reversing of the MT prop, but it is quite a bit extra weight on the front of the airplane. I've got a lot of weight on the tail right now, and it still was trying to come over on his nose, and so I was absolutely not able to get the brakes locked up. So that very last run, I was able to get beta engaged, but the other ones, everything happens so quickly. If the conditions aren't perfect, I mean, timing is just critical. And if you try to engage it and it doesn't work, then you've hurt yourself more than you've helped yourself. So,
well, way to keep it safe out there. We'll go talk to some of the competitors. Good job out there. Good luck in Reno. Keith, you had a little bit of a challenging wind situation. You were doing everything that you could. You were cropping into the wind. Talk about it.
Yeah, tried everything. It's the luck of the wind today. Every time I looked at the windsock, it would switch, and there was a tailwind or a quartering tailwind every time. I thought, well, maybe the second one, I almost had a chance, and then the guys got a little long on the radio, and then all of a sudden the wind changed. But that's how it works.
But when you fly in the backcountry, you don't sometimes have that sandbar that's going the direct way, right?
No. But that's what you're looking for. You're looking for sandbars that you can get into the wind. Sometimes you throw toilet paper out to see which way it blows. So that's about the only way you can tell. So it's you can tell with the water sometimes, but most of the time, you really got to figure out what you're doing and come in high. So if you got an escape route if you have to, but today it was just a little harder than usual with working the tailwind.
Check. Hey, we're here with Kyle Bushman. You guys did a great job out there. Talk about your competition in your airplane.
So today was pretty good. The wind picked up a little bit more than I wanted for a crosswind, so it's a little challenging. I'd rather have no wind and hot than a crosswind, but we got a little bit of crosswind. I've made some upgrades to the airplane since the last competition we went to help with the crosswind and help keep that wing down. We have a really soft suspension built for the backcountry off airport. Doesn't translate well on a narrow course at a STOL competition. But I'm happy with the results we got with our new mod. So
that's great. I mean, these tires, I don't know if you can tell in the camera, are massive. Yep. What are the challenges to stopping these big tires?
So the simplest way I could describe it, it's just like a torque wrench. If the caliper is squeezing the middle of the brake here, on a smaller wheel, it has better advantage. Well, when you make the wheel bigger and bigger, it's harder for that caliper to squeeze on the same spot. Now I've got this lever that's fighting me, so the bigger tires are a lot more of a challenge to get braking. Ultimately, we have to watch our tail. So if we're getting our tail up on braking, we have enough braking because we can't nose over. Then we get into things like fixed ballast. You can see on the tail, we start putting lead in the back to let us get on heavier braking without going over on the nose kind of thing.
Awesome. So anybody that you want to give a shout out that's going to keep you in these competitions?
The Backcountry Super Cubs, I mean, they're the manufacturer of this aircraft. It's a kit company. They've been in business for a long time, done a lot of early mods to these airplanes before a lot of the other guys jumped into the market. Bruce Reed and Backcountry Super Cubs, I mean, they're just top-notch business. One of the things that we were talking about earlier with some of these mods, we've spaced out this Porter-style shock, spaced it outward. Before, it was mounted against the fuselage, so it was kind of like mounting down here. The top was kind of tippy. Well, we've actually, by spacing this out, it's as if it was mounted here. So now it's kind of grabbing here. It's less tippy. Now we're just playing with shock pressures with Tony at TK1. He's building some shocks specifically for this airplane, just because, as you guys see, it doesn't apply to other Super Cubs. This is a totally different airplane, a lot bigger, and so Tony's going to hook us up with some really high-power shocks here in the next couple months.
love to see the engineering that goes into this and the performance that you're going to hopefully get out of it. Is there a point of diminishing return?
Yeah, I mean, the reality is that every airplane's built for a different mission. And so you kind of have to decide, what do I want to do with my airplane? Do I want an airplane built specifically for STOL competition? You'll see an airplane like Steve Henry, Jason Bassat. I mean, they're specifically tailored for this kind of environment. And then when you go further away from that into usability and that kind of thing, you used to have to make sacrifices. You have to put, this has 60 gallons of fuel on board. I can be aloft for 6 hours in the airplane. And that's a sacrifice I'm willing to make because we can fly, me, my buddy, 60 gallons of fuel. We can fly out here comfortably, and then we can use that in the backcountry as well. And so everything's a trade-off. And so you kind of decide what you want to do first, and then build specifically for that, but don't change your mind too many times on the way, because what the mission is for is what the airplanes are built for.
When are we going to see you next? What competition's coming up?
Twilight Fest, so I'm flying to the Ultralight Field, so Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday, 8 p.m. every night at the Ultralight Field, which is on the far end. Make your way, get there early. It's 50 people deep. You got to get there early, get on the crowd, but it's the next event.
Awesome. Well, you heard it here. Back to you, Ryan.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Reese. That's Reese Dockhand. Sorry, Reese Dockhand taking care of business in the pits. We've got two other aircraft we've got to talk about real quick. Dennis Rowe is in front of you right now, working through some mechanical issues, but give him a round of applause for all the effort he's doing there. That's Dennis Rowe in the 2020 Highlander. Also in front of you previously was that yellow and white Rands S7 from Lincoln, Nebraska, Patrick McIntyre. He's a part-time orthopedic veterinarian, fixes dogs. Everyone go, aw.
He's like world-renowned veterinarian. Like,
Yeah.
he's the guy that gets flown across the world to work on, like, prize horses and things as well. Like, he's a master craftsman of animals.
So he does
or animal medicine.
craftsman of animals.
Of medicine.
So he does that, and then separately, he's also part-time commercial pilot. So really great to see him out here competing. He won rookie class at STOL and cannot be a rookie anymore. Also, want to point to kind of an obvious thing. If you look north, we have some weather that's developing to the north. We're not sure if it's going to be an issue here. They do report some potential hail up in Oshkosh, right? So that's maybe what's causing some of these variable conditions here for us. They report pea-size hail and downpours expected at EAA AirVenture from 2:30 to 3 p.m. today. So right about now.
You might actually see me leaving the announcer stand for a minute to go tie down my airplane just in case.
Well, if you got to do that, you got to do that. That is totally fine. All right, now it looks like Dennis has things sorted out, so we are going to release the competitors. Nick Ardillo again in that 2014 Cub Crafters SS. Going to be taxiing to the line in a second. We've got Lexi walking across, getting ready to get them figured out. So yeah, things are kicking up. Now remember, heading into this, our first place competitor is actually a Piper J3 Cubby, and I hate to mention it again, but it was the round that he had a prop strike on.
Not the way you want to win a competition.
Not the way you want to win it. Not the way you want to win it. But hey, credit where credit's due.
Got it stopped.
Nick Ardillo, this is someone who's got over 15,000 hours of flight time. And he says, and I say this because I don't have 300 hours, he has only 300 hours of tailwheel time. And he's off short. I'm going to call that, well, the judges are calling that probably about 110.
Yeah, fantastic. And this guy is probably one of the most humble competitors you'll ever meet. You can't tell that he has so much flight experience when you talk to him because he's asking so many questions.
Right.
Just a great competitor, and that's probably why he's so good. And this man, Colin Kaniva, he wants to win. I was talking to him last night, and he was a little bit frustrated with his lackluster results this season. He wants to win this class. He's going to be aggressive. A little bit of an early poll there for Colin, but he is going to be very, very competitive. He's one to watch here. But this man also, Dennis Rowe, he's been having some technical issues, seems to have it all worked out. This airplane is quite the performer.
Yeah, we were talking about that yesterday. Another one of those Yamaha engines.
Wow. It's interesting you go from one engine type to the other, the dramatic contrast in sound.
Yeah, they really give you a really different feel.
Three great takeoffs to start the round, but Patrick McIntyre, newcomer to the series, he is one to watch as well. We expect to see some great things from him in his beautiful white and yellow Rans S7. Nice
really
takeoff.
graceful.
Yeah.
Pulled at just the right time. Maybe could have pulled a little sooner.
Yeah, I think he might have done a little bit of a late pull, but his tail wheel did come in contact with the ground, so that's what you want to see. And now here comes Nick Ardillo on his base to final leg. Now look at that dramatic contrast to that sky out north. It is getting fierce. I'm looking at the radar right now, and it does look like we're right on the south edge of that storm, so we might have some crazy conditions coming up. But Nick is going to throw it down here. We're probably going to see some lead changes in this class. Very stabilized approach.
And look how far left he is on the runway. He's really planning on trying to use that crosswind component on rollout. You could hear the stall warning, the angle of attack indicator going off in his cockpit there.
Yep, absolutely. A little bit longer landing roll for him. This is crazy how much this crosswind is impacting these competitors. We're used to seeing sub 100s from these Carbon Cubs, and now we're seeing plus 200s.
Yeah, it's not the heavy winds that we, I guess, have been lucky to experience in the National STOL circuit. Here comes Colin Kaniva now. Mr. Old Green Plane.
Beautiful, nice, slow approach. Look at the wheels are just, absolutely fantastic from Colin there.
Yeah, that one was worth the applause, folks, for sure.
Yeah, Colin's always a crowd favorite. Always a smile on his face, always willing to help anybody out in the series. And here comes Dennis Rowe. This is just Highlander, just like Steve Henry's aircraft.
Oh, another one. Okay.
Yeah, just gently.
Again, stay calm. Definitely, we could see him struggling with the brakes on that. Everyone's going to run out and get him sorted out. That means a go-around for Patrick McIntyre, who will remain in the pattern. They're going to get the tail down here. And that's a real bummer, especially after spending so much time getting it ready to go, right? I think he was struggling getting something going on with the engine.
Yeah, he went up so slowly and so gently. It's a heartbreaker to see that because it prevents him from participating in future rounds in the competition. But it's taxing. It's a bummer.
Yeah, you
but
can
it
see
does
the frustration on his face right now. I mean, and you said it's so slow. I think he was anticipating that it could happen a lot longer than we realized it could happen.
Right.
I think he was fighting it in a way that we didn't maybe see. Such a bummer.
It's just very challenging. It's a testament to the conditions that we're facing today. The pilots have been talking about it all day long, and we are seeing it in these last couple of rounds of competition. 2 pilots in the sport class struggling with these wind conditions. But here comes Patrick McIntyre on his base leg.
And let's give a round of applause, everyone, for Dennis Rowe. That's a real bummer for him. But we have to make sure that we know he's appreciated and glad he's okay. Right now, they're going to continue, actually, I think, looking at the runway here. They're just double-checking for any foreign object debris, anything in the runway. So Patrick's actually going to go around again. Now, here's an interesting thing that's going to happen to him. He's getting himself worked up for a landing over and over, and we keep sending him around, and we've seen that affect landing performance for competitors as well.
Yeah, and Patrick is new to the circuit as well. I don't know if this is going to get into his head or not. I think he's probably got the mental toughness to work this out. He's got so much experience in life under his belt. He's such an interesting man to talk to. But here we go. We've got to continue the competition here. That Rans S7 circling overhead as we're waiting for clearance from the air boss to re-begin. And just going back to the scores here, Dennis Rowe with that last landing was 263 feet. His takeoff was 135 feet.
I believe we just heard that the runway is clear, so we do have a green flag again. So now Patrick on his third loop around, third loop around for Patrick. He's saying, come on, guys, let me down, let me go. We'll see, we get this first round done.
You just watch, especially you on the live stream, you can get on the radar. There's a lot of weather coming in. Oshkosh is about to get hammered, and we're very close to Oshkosh. And you see as Pat makes his way around that base to final turn, that sky is getting darker and darker.
Actually,
50 shades of gray.
Beautiful contrast with the bright yellow aircraft, though.
Yeah, just gorgeous.
The photographer in me couldn't hold back on that one.
Absolutely. Grab a screenshot.
Okay, good over the line. Gave up about 65 feet.
Yeah, very conservative. No flaps. Got them up nice and quickly on that landing roll. Patrick's showing off some very advanced technique as a rookie. I guess he's no longer a rookie. He won the class. But he's showing that he is here as a competitor, showing some advanced technique. And let's get him going around. Here comes Nick, Colin, and Patrick for round 2 of their sport class.
So if we look at the scores now, Colin Kaniva currently first place with 250. Nick Ardillo, second place, 373. Jacob Weber in the J3 Cubby in third place, still holding on. I kind of hope that it stays that way for him with 397. And look at this, Dennis, maybe it's that specific foot marker on the runway. Dennis Rowe, 1 foot behind him in fourth place with 398. Justin Tisdale, 407. And Patrick McIntyre currently in 6th place. I wouldn't be surprised if we see Patrick move up a little bit as he gets dialed in.
All right, here's Nick on the takeoff roll. Beautiful takeoff from Nick, very under control. Not a lot of aggressive action, but the aircraft's performance capabilities more than made up for it. We're looking at about, I don't know, anywhere from 95 to 105 feet on that one. Pretty good takeoff. And now here's Colin Kaniva. He's got a 2011 Cub Crafters SS, one of the earlier models. Nice job from Colin, especially in these conditions, right around 70 feet. That is just insane. What a great performance from Mr. Colin Kaniva on that one.
Here's his neighbor now, Patrick McIntyre, also from Lincoln, Nebraska. And what I'm hoping for Patrick in this round is that he just gets a simple pattern, right? That is, it's always a little bit rattling to have to wait and hold. And he's off. That left main made it hard to see. I was about to say he's off at about 125, but that left main stuck on the ground for a little bit longer.
Yeah, that crosswind definitely having a major impact in all of these pilots' performances. Now, Patrick McIntyre, I noticed he also pulled a little bit too soon. Might have been able to get off in that 125-foot mark had he not had that induced drag from the angle of attack and that tail wheel impacting the ground 4 or 5 times.
Nick Ardillo now base to final. What's up? We've got our race control keeping track of the weather, and they're saying as of right now, the current forecast shows us just south of where the weather will come through. So that might have a little sportiness to the winds, right? But maybe that means we don't get wet. Here comes Nick Ardillo now. Short final. It's good. And he's keeping it planted, actually.
Yeah, just playing it kind of conservative. And, that's a testament to his experience. He knows these conditions are challenging. He's seen 2 airplanes in his class up on the nose. And I know Nick doesn't want to see himself in that position. That's why we're probably seeing a little bit more conservative approach from
that's
from
that
Nick here.
15,000 hours of airline flying.
Yeah, I mean, it's 15,000 safe hours. Colin coming in, very aggressive. You can see that right wheel stop. Beautiful Beautiful job from Colin right there.
I gotta admit, now that we've had two people nose over, even just that little bit of tail up at the end, I'm like, oh, Colin. No. I'm a little gun shy now. I'm a little gun shy from it. Here's Patrick McIntyre now, just turned final.
Yeah, here's his chance now to get up on the leaderboard. He's got a 6th place position secured. He's on the board with a score by 1 foot ahead, just behind Justin Tisdale. But I know he's hungry, and he has the capabilities and the right aircraft to do it. Great job. That might do it for him. He had a great takeoff at 151 feet, and that sub 200-foot landing there is probably going to put him, if I were a bet man, I think probably between 4th and 3rd, or maybe even 3rd place. Pretty close.
Waiting for the math to come in.
Somewhere around 355.
347.
Yeah, there you go.
So wait a minute. Look at that. Look at that. Patrick McIntyre, is that correct? Do my eyes deceive me?
Wow.
Up into second place.
Did he just pass Nick?
Yeah.
He did. He sure did. That is an official score. 247 feet for Patrick McIntyre, laying down the short landings and takeoffs here in the sport class.
Wow, dude, he's coming for Colin. Colin maybe is showing him too many tricks.
Truth.
And I want to pour one out a little bit for Jacob Weber, because I was really hoping he was going to be in the top 3.
Yeah.
Even though that happened to him.
Yep.
Wow, so look, Patrick McIntyre now.
Big change in the leaderboard. That's very exciting. We like to see that kind of thing. Makes things interesting. Right now, we've got this man in the lead. All he has to do is get it back on the ground safely. And I think he's got a good chance of winning this. But Nick just did put in a fantastic takeoff. But Colin,
look at that, 73 feet? Something like that?
Yeah,
Woo!
That was insane. Fantastic. I'm going to go with like 70, maybe 68. I'm just going to cheat a little bit for my bro. All right. I love watching Patrick fly. Just so much fun. The engine runs so smooth. Nice takeoff. I think he'll be happy with that one. It looks like it'll be his shortest of the day.
Yeah, his previous best takeoff was 136. It was actually his first run.
Yeah, so he's doing really well. So even though his first one was shorter than his second one, this one was better.
Well, the big thing you see is that landings are the great equalizer, right?
Yeah, they sure are.
So 124 feet for Patrick McIntyre. That's his best takeoff of the competition.
And here comes Nick. Now, I don't know if he's aware of his standings as being knocked back down into 3rd place, but only 20 feet currently separate him from Patrick in that Highlander, in that Rans S7. So he has an opportunity here to make up a little bit of time because he had a fantastic takeoff of 70. Am I reading that right? I don't have, there we go. Yeah, 95 feet for Nick's takeoff on this last round. So definitely a continuous improvement. So he does have that opportunity here. Anything really below 240 feet is going to be competitive.
That, though, I believe was a scratch.
Oh.
That right main looked to me like a touchdown just before the line.
Let's watch this replay, Ryan. Oh, yeah, for sure.
Bummer. So we cannot defend.
Yep, so that solidifies it. Colin Kaniva will be on the podium.
Ooh. He made it over with a little goose of throttle.
Man, he's a good pilot. So much fun to watch. Mr. Consistent.
Be sure to give Colin Kaniva a follow on all your social stuff. He's got some interesting partnerships up at Oshkosh next week. And now Patrick McIntyre, yellow against the dark Wisconsin sky.
Great job right past the line. Patrick putting down great numbers for
Look at that for Patrick.
Yeah, unbelievable job.
I think that's worth applause as well. Absolutely.
Yeah, the crowd showing the love for Patrick McIntyre's performance here today in the sport class. Let's wait for some official results, but I think that might have actually even improved his standings.
Yeah, he did slightly, down to a combined score of 314 for Patrick McIntyre. Let's look at the Sarasota Avionics Sport Class results. Colin Kaniva, first place with 214, healthily in front of Patrick McIntyre in second place, who would have known? Rookie last time, second place in sport class this time with 314. Nick Ardillo hanging on to third place with 364. Jacob Weber, 397. Dennis Rowe, 398. And Justin Tisdale at 407 in sixth place.
Yeah, and I think one of the big stories there is Nick Ardillo. He really is hungry to win, and so I expect him to come to the next National STOL event with his teeth out. He is learning at such a rapid pace, and his numbers are coming down more and more and more. But congratulations to all of our competitors in sport class. What a great job, and what a treat do we have here for us in the Unlimiteds, right?
Yeah, so I was going to say, get ready to get your earplugs and your hearing protection out, because it's going to be a loud one. And before we get started, let's run back to Reese Dakan with Hal Stockman.
We're just talking about that tail wheel that's not really a tail wheel. Maybe we can make it a plow or maybe drop anchor. What do you think?
There's always options.
In the Unlimited classes, talk us about the restrictions of the aircraft classification that you're in.
I don't believe there's hardly any. Whatever you're game enough to try is good enough to go.
Now we're on the Lawnmower 3. You can see it behind us. Is there plans for more lawnmowers ahead?
Yeah, I'm tinkering with another lawnmower. I'm going to go with a Badlands Traveler Light Sport. It'll be the prototype for the Badlands Traveler. So we're going to try to build a real light one with a Rotax. They've all been Titans so far. This one will have a Rotax and try to be lighter.
Now, we were talking with CC Pocock earlier. You said had a little bit of financial boo-boo earlier, something about the long shaft or short shaft. What was going on with that?
When I didn't make it to Yuma, I just took off with the oil too cold and seized the engine up.
That's never good, guys. If you take off with your oil cold and you seize the engine up, what happens?
You land.
Luckily, if you practice landing enough in short takeoff and landings, you can walk away from those landings.
Well, yeah, if you fly the airplane down, you'll probably be all right. But, if you try to extend the glide too long and it falls out of the air, now you're in trouble.
Definitely in trouble. It's one of these great things that you learn more and more as you practice short takeoff and landings. Going into the competition tomorrow, how are you feeling?
The little airplane, if I can get in tune with it, it'll do good. It's me that when I can get in tune with the airplane, it does a good job. And sometimes I can, sometimes I can't.
Well, good luck, Hal. We're looking forward to you kicking Steve's butt. I know that you got it in you.
The airplane probably does. Whether I do or not, I don't know.
We'll have to find out. Back to you, Ryan.
Thank you so much, Reese, for that great interview with Hal. He's sitting right in front of us. Let's give you the lineup for the Unlimited class. In case you're wondering, Unlimited class is basically anything goes as long as it's legal. There's a little bit higher entry fee, and there's some higher cash prizes as well. Up in front of us, Jason Boussat, number 12 in the 2022 Rands S20, all the way from Lacombe. Give him a round of applause.
Yeah, this thing is a monster. It is completely insane. It is a aircraft nicknamed Full Send by Jason Boussat. This is gonna be rowdy in the Unlimited class, Ryan.
Let's see if we can call him an envelope, because all he does is send it.
That's and don't forget this man, the one to beat. Steve Henry has been a bane to everyone's existence except the fans. All the competitors can't beat this man, but he's here to play. He's here to win. Let's hear it for Wild West Aircraft's Steve Henry.
And then last but certainly not least, in number 3, it's Hal Stockman in the 2018 Rands S7, all the way from Elko, Nevada.
Yeah, Hal, the national treasure. One of the nicest guys on this planet.
And you mentioned, Corey, that Hal's running some new modifications. He's got some more nitrous, although I hear he lent some to CC. And then also a new not a sportsman cuff, but a similar idea, the Badlands cuff for the Rands S7 that Hal's running now. So really exciting to see him. Also, my favorite thing about watching him, notice there's no tail wheel back there.
Now, this new leading edge was actually installed and finished on Wednesday this week. So he hasn't had a lot of time to dial it out, but he's been playing around with it all the way across the country here to Wisconsin. And he told me that it actually performs better in slow flight than his slats, but also better in the cruise. So now he's going to be able to get around to more competitions and crush even more unlimited class STOL competition.
Race control, air boss. The show is yours.
You're 1, take the line.
All right, we've just heard from the race officials. Ladies and gentlemen, get ready for the Unlimiteds as Jason Boussat in full send takes the line. I'm not going to say anything from the announcer stand during this takeoff because you won't be able to hear us anyway.
India 1, go.
I'm so excited to see this. 400 horsepower.
That's normally something that's only reserved for Steve Henry.
Oh,
you gotta wonder what he's thinking being downwind to that.
Goodness. Now, we've got a crosswind here. We're not going to see the zero roll takeoffs that we've seen in the past.
India 2, go.
Got some challenging conditions. Steve Henry. Whoa!
The gauntlet was dropped, and it was picked up again by Steve right then.
Take the line, Hal.
Jason Boussat had a 54-foot takeoff. What do you guess for Steve Henry?
12.
12?
20. I don't
20,
know.
I don't know. Just
Negative
shocked.
17. I'm just blown away
22 feet.
by the sound of these aircraft. It's unbelievable what they're able to get out of these small bore motors.
India 3, go.
Wow.
Whoa, okay.
Okay, Hal. Okay, I see you, brother.
Yeah, no, let's talk about that for a second. Because how much less horsepower does Hal have than the other two in front of him?
Probably close to 200, Ryan. 200 horsepower spread in my guesstimation. But we're looking at Hal Stockman actually beat Jason Boussat with a 50-foot takeoff roll. Boussat with a 54-foot takeoff roll. Steve Henry with a massive, crushing, crazy 22-foot takeoff roll in these challenging conditions. Now, here we go. Let me set the stage. We have a right crosswind that is very shifty. Take a look at the far right flag, the far left flag, the middle flags. They're all going to be doing crazy different things. This is going to be really, really intense as all these competitors are going to use both power, pitch, and skill. Here comes Jason Boussat all the way from Canada in full send. Yes. Nice job from Jason Boussat. You know, he's taken a little bit of a break from the competition scene to build this aircraft. And, you know, he hasn't flown it very much, to be honest with you. So he's got a little bit of nerves. He's going to, I expect that his second round is also going to be impressive. But here comes the myth, the legend.
108-foot landing for Jason Boussat.
Very good.
So a total run of 162 for him. Here's Steve Henry now. Oh, a scratch for Steve Henry. That's what you got to look out for.
Oh, Ryan. Now that makes it so interesting. Now, if you're a fan either at home or here at Hartford, what you're seeing is Steve Henry still does not have a score. He's going to have to dial it back a bit for round 2 while Jason pumps it up.
By the way, little tidbit. Josh was here in the booth yesterday, mentioned that Steve doesn't practice very much yesterday because the fuel they're running is $25 a gallon.
Yeah, the race fuel.
So there you go. Separately. Here's Hal Stockman now.
Oh, I expect this to be a great landing from Hal. He's Mr. Consistent.
Just killed the engine.
The signature engine off landing.
Love it. Using that tail skid to dig into the turf a little bit.
Absolutely. Fantastic landing from Hal Stockman. Now look at the flags. We've got a tailwind on one side and a crosswind on the other. We've got several flags that are completely dead. So these are really awkward, janky conditions for these pilots to deal with.
So right now, heading into run number 2, Jason Boussat, first place, 162. Hal Stockman, 187.
Wow. And the heartbreaker, Steve Henry with nothing. Donuts on the board so far in the first round. But I expect that to change because Mr. Consistent he's earned it. Here's Jason Boussat in full send. He's got a computer in there. He's able to dial up his boost. He's able to configure his aircraft on the fly for what he wants from it. I don't know. Do you think he's going to turn it up?
I mean, he had a 54-foot takeoff. He's spooling it up right now.
Oh my gosh. Wow. Wow.
Is it just a knob? You just turn a knob on the instrument panel?
No, I think he's actually got computerized equipment in there.
He's got a keyboard, so it's actually a little bit longer for Jason Boussat that time, 59 feet.
Just impressive.
Oh, that's so insane every time.
Wow. Steve giving a little wave to the crowd as he takes off. How much fun.
Previous takeoff for Steve Henry, 22 feet. Guess what his second takeoff was?
22 feet.
It was 22 feet.
That's why we call him Mr. Consistent.
Hal Stockman now, wearing that Lift Aviation flight helmet. And I lost my words because that also defies reason.
It sure does, Ryan. And I don't know how many of you understand this is special, what we're witnessing here today. These are gentlemen who have completely gone insane with modifications on their aircraft. And these guys are putting in crazy numbers in difficult conditions. You'll be able to see all of these competitors, these unlimited competitors at Oshkosh later this week in their STOL demonstration.
We just saw Dan Reynolds on social with his Chinook Valdez special saying, man, I wish I was there. Yeah, wouldn't that be a throwdown?
Oh,
we had him as well. All 4 of them in Unlimited would be intense.
You know, real life gets in the way of this. We've got to figure that out for some of these competitors. So if you're deep pockets and you're a fan of STOL, show up and let's support some of these pilots and get them some sponsorships. I would love to see more innovation and more stuff like this. Jason Boussat in his garage making magic happen. It's just ridiculous.
That's bonkers. Okay. A little bit, somewhere between 100 and 125 feet there. His best landing so far was his first one.
Yeah, absolutely.
Was 108 feet. And now here comes Steve Henry on short final with the Aero LEDs. Wig wagging back and forth. Great for visibility, especially in conditions like this. Safely over the line now for Steve Henry. You got to wonder if he did that on purpose, a little less aggressive to get on the board.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's probably the case. His landing was quite a bit longer than his signature, but he wanted a score, and that might just do it for him because a great performance, even though he sandbagged it a little bit just so he can get on the board.
Well, and exactly what you thought would happen did. I mean, he knows he has everybody on the takeoff.
Absolutely.
Right? He's got them beat by about half. Right now, Steve Henry on the board, sliding into first with a combined score of 147. Here's Hal Stockman now, killing the engine again.
Nice one from Hal. Definitely an improvement on his first score. What a great second round of Unlimiteds. This is happening so fast. Unbelievable. I feel like a kid in a candy store watching magical things happen. I'm at Disneyland for aviators right now.
Corey and I can't sit down anymore. We're just like standing. The camera's over here. I'll crouch down. And the camera's only showing our bellies because we're like up here like so leaning out. Very excited.
All right, Bussatt. Man, it's just so much fun. You know, I consider myself one of the luckiest humans on this planet because these guys are my friends. I flew out to Oshkosh with Jason and Shane Madsen and the whole crew this week. To Oshkosh, I said, we flew to Hartford, baby. We're here first. But here goes full send on his final takeoff of National STOL here at Hartford at Sodbusters 2023.
He's got a lot of ground to cover if he's going to steal back first place. And he did it. And we're hearing the engine pop and fire and dragon's breath. What if he did some of that computer coding things in between the two rounds? It did sound like
there was a little more teeth on that takeoff. But this guy's got not just teeth. He's got some fangs.
So that takeoff for Jason Bussatt, 47 feet.
Holy smokes! Like a wolf coming out of a deer carcass. Steve Henry's bloody teeth are showing.
I don't think I've ever heard anyone say that before.
Oh my gosh, that was impressive.
All right, Hal Stockman now. Best takeoff, 50 feet. That previous one from Steve Henry, 24. Looks like he's going to split the difference between his two takeoffs there. And it's interesting because it still could be anyone's game. Anyone's landing could do this. All it takes is one really solid landing. We are super tight right now.
Yeah, we're looking at 15 feet is the spread between first and second place between Jason and Steve right now. And Jason threw down a fantastic takeoff of just 47 feet, a big improvement on his first two. So there's a little bit of a window here now. He's really got to lay it out on the line on this landing.
And both of his landings have been shorter than Steve Henry's.
Wow, look how dark that sky is out there. We've got a little bit of calmer winds right now, it feels like. Beautiful stabilized approach. We're not seeing those wings go too crazy, so it looks like he's not having to work too hard. So let's watch Jason Bussatt bring full send to the line.
Oh,
heartbreaker.
That's a scratch for Jason Bussatt.
And he knows it. He knew that he had to lay it down on the line, so he was pushing very hard right there. Wow.
And now feel that we've got a breeze coming through the broadcast trailer. Looking at the flags, it feels like we have a little bit of a tailwind situation.
Yeah, quite a bit more of a tailwind than Bussatt had, and he scratched. Now, Steve did scratch on his first one, got a good score on his second, but he is always hungry. Wow.
Nice. Tail down before the line is fine.
Scratched it. Lacey's throwing the scratch. We might have to go to an official decision.
Here it is on the replay.
Oh
yeah.
Yeah, scratch that one.
Scratch for Steve Henry. 2 out of 3 scratches for Steve Henry. So now
it's
all up to Hal. The right landing could do it.
Now, Hal, in order to win, he needs to put together about a 30-foot landing. Just doesn't look like it. What a fantastic performance from all of our Unlimiteds. How fun is that to watch?
Wow, everybody. Think about what you just saw. You can say you were there. You were there when Steve Henry took off in 22 feet with no wind.
With a crosswind, a quartering tailwind even.
Yeah.
What challenging conditions. We've heard about it all day, Ryan, and it personified itself perfectly here in the big challenge, the Ultimates, the Unlimited class. So much fun to watch. The drama. We had DQs. We had nose overs. We had rookies. We had experts. We had it all today.
It has been an absolutely insane day. Let's go over to the Sarasota Avionics Unlimited class results. Steve Henry just maintaining. I was curious what was going to happen with Jason Boussat with a first place of 147. Literally nipping at his heels, though. Jason Boussat, 162. And nipping at his heels, Hal Stockman with a combined score of 176. That's your Unlimited class here at Sodbusters for National STOL. What, like you just said, Corey, just such an incredible day. The conditions have been so variable. We have heavy rain off to the northeast right now. Just classic Oshkosh weather, frankly.
Absolutely.
The week of Oshkosh, it's always like this. And it's just been an absolute blast. Everyone in the crowd, thank you so much for coming out today to be part of this with us. And separately, if you've been watching at home, thank you so much for being part of this. We really love you. I got to talk about two more groups that have made this possible. The Hartford Chamber of Commerce and the Hartford Motel Group. Thank you so much for your help and your support in bringing National STOL and Sodbusters to Hartford. So that's it. That's wrapping it up. If you are here in Hartford, about 30 to 40 minutes from now, we are going to have the awards ceremony over on the ramp, I think in one of the hangars, so look for that. But yeah, I don't know, any closing thoughts? Corey, what a just super intense day.
What a fantastic day of STOL. I want to give my thanks to all the competitors, but I also don't want to forget the production, the volunteers, the guys behind the scenes in the booth, Eric Farewell, Tom, the whole crew.
Absolutely.
Thank you, my brother Ryan. What a great time on the announcer stand with you. It's just a joy. I think this week at Oshkosh is going to be really interesting. And let me talk about this for just a second.
Absolutely.
Steve Henry has been flying Yeehaw 8 for roughly about a year now, maybe a little bit more. Hal Stockman's been flying his aircraft in its current configuration for 2 days.
Right.
Jason Boussat's been flying his aircraft in its current configuration for a week.
Right.
We've got two competitors with brand new airplanes that are going to narrow those gaps. So this is going to bode very, very well for those coming to Oshkosh, but it's also going to bode well for future National STOL events. I am so excited about the future of STOL because everybody's bringing it.
Yeah, it just keeps getting more and more intense, layer upon layer of technological improvement, pilot proficiency. It's all coming together. You and I are going to be up at Oshkosh all week doing the STOL demos there. So if you're watching this right now or you're in the crowd, you're going to be up at Oshkosh, be sure to come say hi to me and Corey. And with that, I think it's time to wrap it up. So I'm Ryan Dombrowski.
I'm Corey Robin. Thank you for coming.
Yeah, we'll see you guys next time. Welcome, everyone, to Hartford Municipal Airport in beautiful Hartford, Wisconsin. We're just south of the world's largest aviation celebration this weekend, and pilots that have flown from all over the world to Oshkosh are stopping here amongst the Wisconsin corn to compete in National STOL yet again. It's time for Sodbusters. Runway 1836 is 2,231 feet of arguably one of the most beautiful grass strips the circuit will visit this year. Let's meet some of the pilots competing this weekend. CC Pocock.
Welcome back.
Hal Stockman.
I've pitched my slats.
Yeah.
I've just put that cuff on. Yeah, I put a 50 horse nitrous shot on mine too. You got a 50?
Okay, I'm running just over 100.
There you go. Micah Lindstrom has been talking some smack. He's been flying really well, and I've been giving it everything I got, and I've just fallen short. Truth is Micah, the Dirty Bird is back. I got horsepower. I got lots of horsepower. Now, I'm coming for you. And the wingettes, I got that figured out. So, Micah, I'm sorry. I just want to ask you, how does that second, third, fourth place taste, buddy? I'm just curious. I've never had one of those. Tell me.
We did a few mods for this competition, and we're going to try them out. And 205, we've been putting some hours on it. Put about 5,000 miles on it already this year, flying all over the country.
.31-inch Alaska bush wheels, a new mod. Put the Acme Stinger in the tail, and maybe this winter we might do some 3x3 extended gear and put some Behringer brakes on it. So be a little more competitive.
The line is painted, the pattern is clear. It's time for National STOL at Sodbusters.
After seeing a competitor go up on the nose, there's plenty of things that can go wrong on the course too. Let's talk about what went right.
So, I mean, that's the thing, right? Like I was third coming in, and there was a plane nosed over, which I hope he's doing okay. It looked like everything was fine. It's a weird situation when you're in the air and you see a plane go over. You know, they call it on the radio, but, you know, they call you for a go around. You do that, and you just come back in and land. And, you know, it stinks, but you got to take your mind off of that situation and put your mind back in your airplane and what you're doing. And, you know, that's what I did, and it seemed to have worked out pretty good for me. So I don't know. I don't have the words. Like I never thought I'd be in first place in anything at this. You know,
that's awesome. Well, no doubt you've been putting in the time and energy and effort. You put in 80 hours over the past 2 days putting these new brakes on. You did some great modifications to get into the position. Let's talk about those modifications.
How did you know it was 80 hours? Did you count it all up?
I was live all 80 hours.
I did. Yeah, it was. Live streamed it. I live streamed for 4 days. The firewall rebuild, just everything. Brake rebuild, going from pucks, from a single puck to double puck. Went to 1/8 inch lines, and you see it makes all the difference. Before I was like 500 foot, 300 foot, and that was about good. 250 was a good one, but we had like 20 something knot winds. I think this was like 10, and I don't know what my landings were. I'm gonna go look, but they felt short. Like I can lock them up and I just slide like a drifter. It's weird, and because I have a nose wheel, I don't have to worry about it. So.
All right, second place. Hey. The first loser. How's it feel?
Oh, man. If I can lose to Evil Knievel, I'll take it.
Yeah, he's a tough one.
He's tough. He's really good.
Awesome. How was the plane flying? How were you feeling out there?
It was good. The wind was really hard. It was, it felt like we had a tailwind coming in on landing. So all my landings were longer than I thought they should be. But once I got a feel for that on the first one, I knew to expect it. And, yeah, it was fun. I thought it'd be bumpier with the storm coming, but it wasn't bad.
Awesome. Were you happy with your performance?
I was really happy. I just wanted to improve myself. I was a little nervous watching all my competitors flip their planes over, so I was just trying not to do that.
Definitely. All right, well, great job out there. We look forward to seeing you in the next one.
Thanks, Ken.
Walk us through the damages here.
Well, I got obviously a ruined prop. We'll have to dial indicate the output shaft on the gearbox. It's probably okay because the props are fairly fragile, and the spinner in that. So it's probably, if as long as the shaft and the gearbox isn't bent, I'll probably have about, I don't know, $500 or $600 in the spinner and the blade. And I do have a spare at home, but it's 800 miles away. So I have to try to find a propeller and a dial indicator. I'm sure the folks here can help me indicate the output shaft and go home with my tail between my legs.
Motorsports, man, it's tough, and this is your baby. We know that you've put some pride and joy into this. Our hearts are out for you, my friend.
I'm very embarrassed to bring that, an accident upon the event and that, yeah, I was doing a little too much. I should have, I've tried to add power to give me some elevator to pull it back, but it probably, at that point, it might have been better just to get off the brakes altogether and let it settle, and I was trying to play both ends of it, to give it thrust for elevator control and backstick. And I have to look at the film to see if maybe I didn't pull hard enough. I don't know what I did there, but yeah.
And it was almost like you were taxiing away when it happened.
Yes, I know.
Just Highlander, just like Steve Henry's aircraft.
I can't believe it at that point.
Right here. Like,
Oh, that's not. Oh my God! It was just brakes. It was just brakes.
And it came so quick, right? You were on your way.
Here's the embarrassing part. I always said, boy, you put a Highlander on its nose, you got to be an overachiever. And I have a buddy of mine, and Wayne did it. And I'm like, oh, okay, it's possible. But I don't want everyone to be that guy, And there I am. There I'm that guy.
Well, I think that in
in a bad way.
An overachiever.
I've joined the club, I guess. But,
Sure.
Oh, man.
Well, and that's why I love aviation. I think every takeoff and landing, you're going to take something away. You're going to learn something.
I honestly, looking at that, don't understand the physics of what happened there. These things are so heavy on their tail that what I'm seeing there it defies my 300 hours I've got in this thing. You know what I mean? I don't even. It was obviously too much brakes, but I didn't have any speed left, so I'm not sure why it did that.
Walking away from the booth, I noticed that they were discussing potentially changing the course because the crosswind is so direct that it's almost a tailwind. Do you think that could have...
Yeah.
Do you think
that explains it to me? Because I've never had a reaction like that from it, and I'm not looking for excuses. I did it, but I was like, "What's it doing?" Because I didn't feel like I was braking that hard, and that's exactly what happened.
Yeah,
that's exactly what happened.
So you see it here. The winds are very switchy. It just, in a moment's notice, that it could backfire on you. But when the competition's over, you get on the phone, and who are you calling?
I just talked to my dad. My parents are watching it live, so I didn't even know how I did. He's the one that tells me where I finished.
Oh, so. That could be it. The people in the live stream helping the pilots figure out how they did.
Yeah. So, I called him, and I'm sure I'll talk to my mom tonight. And they watch all of it. They watch all y'all's production, and
Sweet. Shout out to all our fans and folks at home. Yeah. And great job, and we look forward to seeing you at the next one.
Thank you.
Tough competition out there, both on and off the track. We saw a little bit of a display that wasn't supposed to happen.
No.
Talk about it.
It came up pretty fast. Came up fast.
Heavy on the brakes, no lead in the tail.
No, light in the tail, even with me in the back.
A little bit of ballast in the belly. We had a good lunch.
Yeah, I had to entertain everybody.
Yeah. What was the winds like? That direct crosswind, slight quarter tail wind.
It wasn't bad. I mean, the air was bumpy at first, but now as the storm's blowing in, it actually kind of smoothed it out. It's kind of the calm before the storm. So I think these guys are going to have a blast. But you can tell by our numbers. I mean, 170-foot takeoff is twice as long as we sometimes get. So
yeah, definitely. So your scores are just amplified or with more wind. But, the quarter wind, you've seen the competitor go over on the nose a little bit. It could have maybe been a tailwind, huh?
Yeah, I think that the wind, if you watch the sock, that's what I kept doing before I'd go, and that's why on my last one I didn't even worry about pointing into it because it was doing everything. So I just thought a nice straight ahead, safe takeoff is the best bet. So.
All right, who do you want to thank out there that's keeping you in these competitions?
For sure, Scooters Coffee, Omaha Aircraft Supply, Acme Gear and Leg Suspension, all that Web Eye Care, Old Green Plain, and Lincoln Airport, Lincoln, Nebraska. I mean, without those guys, we wouldn't be out here doing it all the time. So
shout out to the home team. Well, it's good to have you out here as always. I know, can't wait to hang out tonight.
Yes, sir.
Back to you.
What up, Sandy? Taking my time to bring it in where history is made. Action. We're cranking up the lights now, so everyone can see it's all happening right now. We're gonna make you believe it's about to get crazy. It's about to go down. It's about to get crazy. It's gonna be loud. This is our house. We do what we wanna. We'll blow the roof off. Everybody's coming. It's about to get crazy. It's about to go down. It's about to go down.
I got that right turn. We're good.
Let's meet up at the compound group up.
That's 10-4. Yeah, for sure, dog. Good, little driver, straight on through.
At Aerolids, we believe that innovation is equal parts inspiration and perspiration. Since our inception in 2006, we embarked on a mission to redefine the expectations of aerospace lighting. Entering the aerospace lighting market, which had remained largely unchanged for 50 years and in drastic need of a new product with fresh look and unequaled performance, Aerolids was inspired to redefine the expectations, which resulted in a series of innovative designs. Hungry for new ideas, backed by a company that valued the patronage, customers quickly adopted the new standard of quality, design, and performance never seen before in the industry. Over the past 12 years, Aerolids installation, ranging from the experimental and 23 markets up to the space and military applications, with over 15 tactical military platforms featuring products in both overt and covert operations. Aerolids continues to lead the industry in design, reliability, and unsurpassed performance. Unique in its presence and unmatched in its perseverance, Aerolids serves the aviation market from one spectrum to the next. From you to you too, Aerolids is redefining the expectations.
When it's time to recover and paint your fabric-covered aircraft, look no further than AirTech Coatings. Since 1982, our FAA-approved system provides you with a shiny, durable, easy-to-apply product. The AirTech system has fewer steps than any other product on the market today, saving you both time and money. While using cutting-edge technology, we offer a wide range of products. Whether it's for work, play, antique, or aerobatic, we have you covered. Remember, we make paint fly.